Picture this. It's a cold morning along the Danube frontier. The year is 180 Anno Domini dot. Frost covers the ground outside a military tent where the most powerful man in the world sits alone by flickering lamplight. Around him, 60,000 Roman soldiers sleep in their quarters, trusting their emperor to keep them safe, to make the right decisions, to lead them home. But inside this tent, Marcus Aurelius isn't planning tomorrow's battle strategy. He isn't dictating letters to distant governors or reviewing intelligence reports from his spies. He isn't doing any of the things we might expect from the ruler of 60 million people. He's writing to himself. When you wake up in the morning, he scratches onto papyrus with a reed pen, his breath visible in the cold air. Tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own. Pause for a moment. This is Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, commander of the world's most feared military machine, ruler of an empire that stretches from Britain to the Sahara, from Spain to Syria. He could have anyone executed with a nod. He could start wars or end them with a single decree. Kings and senators beg for his attention. And he's reminding himself to be patient with difficult people. These aren't the words you'd expect from absolute power. These aren't the midnight thoughts of someone drunk on authority or convinced of his own divinity. These are the private wrestlings of a man trying to stay sane, stay good, and stay human while carrying the impossible weight of an empire on his shoulders. The pages he filled that morning, and on countless mornings like it, would eventually become known as the Meditations. But Marcus never intended them for publication. He never meant for senators to quote them in speeches, or for philosophers to debate them in schools, or for us to read them nearly 2,000 years later. These were his private thoughts, his personal reminders, his attempts to talk himself through the daily challenges of being both emperor and human being. Yet here we are, in our own age of crisis, still turning to these pages for guidance, still finding wisdom in the private struggles of a philosopher king who learned to govern not just an empire, but himself. Think about your own life for a moment. When was the last time you felt overwhelmed by responsibilities? When did you last struggle with anger or fear or the feeling that everything was falling apart around you? When did you last wonder how to stay true to your values while navigating impossible choices? Marcus Aurelius faced all of this while wearing the purple of imperial Rome, while making decisions that determined whether cities lived or died, while fighting wars on multiple frontiers as a devastating plague swept through his empire, killing his closest advisors, decimating his legions, and testing every assumption about Roman invincibility. If he could find a way to maintain his equilibrium, to act with wisdom and compassion, to preserve his humanity in the face of absolute power and absolute crisis, perhaps there's something we can learn from his approach. Perhaps his private struggle to govern himself can teach us something about governing our own lives. This isn't just another story about ancient history, about marble statues and long-dead emperors. This is about a practical philosophy that sustained one man through the ultimate stress test. This is about mental tools and daily practices that helped someone navigate responsibilities that would crush most people. This is about what it looks like when philosophical principles meet the real world and actually work. So let's step into that tent by the Danube. Let's discover how a reluctant emperor became one of history's greatest philosophers. Let's explore how his private battle to govern himself offers us a roadmap for our own battles with stress, responsibility, and the daily challenge of trying to be good in a complicated world. The lamp is flickering, the emperor is writing, and what he's writing might just change how you think about everything. The making of a Stoic emperor. Rome was dying and everyone knew it. Not the dramatic overnight collapse that makes for compelling cinema, but the slow, grinding kind of death that comes from 1,000 small wounds, each one seemingly manageable, together creating something terminal. The year was 161, Anno Domini, and the Eternal City was discovering that nothing, not even Rome, lasts forever. For nearly a century, the empire had been ruled by what historians call the adoptive emperors, a remarkable experiment in meritocratic succession. Instead of passing power through bloodlines, with all the madness and incompetence that often entailed, each emperor chose his successor based on ability, adopting him as a son and training him for the throne. It had worked brilliantly. Nerva chose Trajan, the great conqueror. Trajan chose Hadrian, the philosopher-traveler who built walls and cities with equal skill. Hadrian chose Antoninus Pius, whose 23-year reign was so peaceful that historians struggled to find events worth recording. The Pax Romana seemed not just secure, but eternal. Roman citizens went to bed assuming their children and grandchildren would live in the same stable, prosperous world. But nothing lasts forever, and by 161, Anno Domini, cracks were showing everywhere. Germanic tribes were pressing against the northern frontier, not as isolated raiders seeking quick plunder, but as entire peoples seeking new homes, driven by climate change and population pressure. A mysterious plague was spreading westward from Asia, brought back by Roman legions from their campaigns against the Parthians. The empire's finances, stretched by constant warfare and an increasingly expensive bureaucracy, were beginning to strain under burdens that had once seemed manageable. The adoption system that had chosen such capable leaders was about to face its ultimate test. Could it produce an emperor capable of holding the center when everything was falling apart? On March 7th, 161 Anno Domini, Emperor Antoninus Pius died peacefully in his villa at Lorium. For 23 years he had ruled with such quiet competence that his subjects had almost forgotten what crisis looked like. But as he lay dying, he made a decision that revealed just how serious the situation had become. For the first time in the history of the adoptive system, power would pass not to one man, but to two. Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus became co-emperors, a desperate innovation designed to manage an empire that had grown too large, too complex, and too unstable for any single person to govern effectively. It was an admission that the world had changed, that the challenges facing Rome required more than one brilliant mind, more than one pair of hands. Marcus was 39 years old when he ascended to power. He had been groomed for this moment his entire adult life, serving in every major office, learning statecraft at Antoninus' side, watching and absorbing the rhythms of imperial governance. But nothing, no amount of preparation, no depth of experience could have readied him for what was coming. Within months of taking power, he would face a plague that would kill millions across the empire. Wars that would drain the treasury and test Roman military supremacy. Natural disasters that would challenge every assumption about Roman mastery over fortune. Political crises that would reveal how fragile the constitutional arrangements really were. All while learning to share power with a co-emperor whose approach to leadership was radically different from his own. But the making of this particular emperor had begun decades earlier, in the schools and salons of Rome's intellectual elite, and it's here, in understanding his education, that we begin to see how philosophy became not just an intellectual interest, but a survival tool. Marcus was born Marcus Annius Verus in 121 Anno Domini, into a family already deeply connected to power. His grandfather had been consul 3 times, one of the most distinguished senators of his generation. His father, Marcus Annius Verus, died when Marcus was young, but not before ensuring his son would be exposed to the finest minds of the age. His mother, Domitia Lucilla, came from a family of enormous wealth and impeccable education. She made sure Marcus received not just the standard rhetorical training expected of young aristocrats, but exposure to philosophy, literature, and the arts. This wasn't education as we might recognize it today. Roman noble families didn't send their children to schools. They brought the greatest teachers of the empire directly into their homes. Marcus studied with grammarians who had memorized all of Homer, with rhetoricians who could move crowds to tears or fury with their words, with mathematicians who understood the principles behind Roman engineering marvels. But two men would shape his thinking more profoundly than any others, pulling him in directions that would define his approach to power and responsibility for the rest of his life. The first was Cornelius Fronto, widely regarded as the greatest orator of his age, a master of Latin prose who could make language dance, sing, and cut like a blade. Fronto saw in the young Marcus a student of extraordinary promise, someone who could match intellectual rigor with emotional depth. Under Fronto's guidance, Marcus learned that words were not just tools for communication, but instruments of governance. The right phrase at the right moment could inspire loyalty, calm panic, or move entire populations. Language itself could be a form of power, subtler than the sword, but often more effective. Their correspondence, which survives to this day, reveals a relationship of genuine affection and intellectual intimacy. Fronto pushed Marcus to write with precision and beauty, to craft sentences that would endure, to understand that an emperor's words would echo through history. Style is the man, Fronto taught, and for Marcus, learning to write well became inseparable from learning to think well. But it was the second teacher who would change everything. Junius Rusticus was a very different kind of educator. Where Fronto celebrated the power of eloquent expression, Rusticus was drawn to the power of philosophical reflection. He was a practitioner of Stoicism, the philosophical school that had been gaining influence among Roman elites for over 2 centuries. Stoicism wasn't academic philosophy in our modern sense. The doctrine Stoic theories debated by professors who would never need to apply their ideas in the real world. It was practical philosophy, a systematic approach to living well that had been tested by generals, statesmen, slaves, and emperors. Its founders had faced exile, poverty, physical pain, and political persecution. Their ideas weren't developed in ivory towers, but in the marketplace, the courtroom, the battlefield, and the prison cell. Rusticus recognized in the young Marcus someone who would need every tool philosophy could provide. This wasn't just another aristocratic youth who would spend his life managing estates and attending dinner parties. This was someone being prepared for ultimate responsibility, someone who would need to make decisions that could save or damn millions of people. So Rusticus introduced Marcus to the discourses of Epictetus, and with that introduction, everything changed. Epictetus had been born a slave in Asia Minor, brought to Rome in chains, and eventually freed to become one of the most influential teachers of his age. He had lived through the worst excesses of imperial power under the emperor Domitian, had seen how absolute authority could corrupt absolutely, had watched good men become monsters and wise policies become instruments of tyranny. His teachings focused on one central, revolutionary insight. We cannot control what happens to us, but we can control how we respond to what happens to us. External events, whether fortune or disaster, praise or blame, health or sickness, are ultimately beyond our control. But our judgments about those events, our emotional reactions to them, our decisions about how to respond, these remain within our power, no matter what circumstances we face. For a young man being prepared to wield absolute power, this was transformative thinking. Most princes learn to see themselves as masters of destiny, shapers of fate, commanders of fortune. Epictetus taught something radically different. True freedom comes not from controlling others, but from controlling yourself. True power lies not in getting what you want from the world, but in managing your desires, expectations, and reactions with wisdom and skill. Marcus absorbed these lessons with the intensity of someone who sensed he would need them. By his early 20s, he wasn't just studying Stoicism, he was practicing it, incorporating its daily exercises into his routine, using its analytical tools to examine his own thoughts and motivations with unflinching honesty. When Emperor Hadrian noticed the young man's exceptional character and insisted that Antoninus Pius adopt him as his successor, Marcus was already well prepared for the psychological challenges of power. He had learned to see leadership not as an opportunity for personal glory, but as a burden to be carried with dignity. He understood that the emperor's true enemies were not barbarian tribes or foreign kingdoms, but his own pride, anger, fear, and desire for ease. The philosophical training that began in Rusticus's study would be tested in ways no classroom could simulate. Every principle would need to work not just in theory, but under the extreme pressures of imperial decision-making. Every insight would need to function not just in the quiet of philosophical reflection, but in the chaos of military campaigns, political crises, and personal tragedy. When Marcus finally became emperor in 161 Anno Domini, he brought to the throne not just administrative experience and political connections, but a sophisticated toolkit for managing the psychological demands of absolute power. He had learned to see philosophy not as an escape from worldly responsibilities, but as the only reliable method for discharging those responsibilities with wisdom and integrity. This is why his private notes matter so much more than his public decrees. Any emperor could issue orders, commission monuments, or declare wars. The official documents of Marcus's reign, his letters to governors, his speeches to the Senate, his military dispatches, show us a competent administrator dealing with the practical challenges of governance. But the meditations show us something else entirely: how one human being tried to stay sane, stay moral, and stay centered while carrying responsibilities that would overwhelm most people. They reveal the inner work that made his outer effectiveness possible. They show us not just what he did, but how he managed to keep doing it year after year, crisis after crisis, without losing his humanity or abandoning his principles. "In the morning when you wake up unwillingly," Marcus wrote to himself during one of those cold nights on the Danube frontier, "let this thought be present, I am rising to the work of a human being. Why then am I dissatisfied if I am going to do the things for which I exist and for which I was brought into the world? Or have I been made for this, to lie in bed and keep myself warm?" These aren't the words of someone drunk on power or convinced of his own importance. These are the words of someone who understood power as service, responsibility as opportunity for virtue, leadership as a chance to contribute something meaningful to the human community. Philosophy for Marcus became a form of inner governance. Just as he had to manage provinces, legions, and senators, he had to manage his own thoughts, emotions, and impulses. Just as he had to make careful decisions about taxation, military strategy, and foreign policy, he had to make thoughtful choices about how to respond to criticism, how to handle setbacks, how to maintain his principles under pressure. The young man who had studied eloquence with Fronto became the emperor who wrote, "Whenever you want to cheer yourself, consider the good qualities of your companions." The student who had learned to craft beautiful sentences became the leader who reminded himself, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." This wasn't philosophical detachment or ivory tower idealism. This was practical wisdom forged in the crucible of real-world leadership. Marcus knew that governing meant dealing with impossible people, navigating no-win situations, and making imperfect choices with incomplete information. His philosophy didn't help him escape from these realities. It helped him engage with them more skillfully, more humanely, more effectively. The transformation was complete. The student had become the teacher. The prince had become the philosopher king. The private notes had become a public legacy. And in that tent by the Danube, as Marcus wrote by lamplight while his empire faced its greatest crisis, we see the full flowering of what philosophical education can accomplish. Not just knowledge, but wisdom. Not just understanding, but transformation. Not just theory, but a living practice that sustained one human being through the ultimate test of character. The making of this Stoic emperor teaches us something profound about the relationship between inner work and outer effectiveness. Marcus Aurelius didn't succeed despite his philosophical commitments. He succeeded because of them. His daily practice of self-examination, his commitment to virtue over convenience, his willingness to see setbacks as opportunities for growth. These weren't luxuries he could afford as emperor. They were necessities that made his emperorship possible. And that's a lesson that extends far beyond the imperial throne. Whether we're leading families, teams, communities, or simply trying to lead ourselves, the principles that sustained Marcus offer us a tested approach to handling responsibility with grace, pressure with equanimity, and power with wisdom. Stoicism. Imagine you're Marcus Aurelius, and it's one of those days when everything goes wrong. A messenger arrives at dawn with news that Germanic tribes have broken through the frontier defenses. By midday, you learn that the plague has reached another major city, killing thousands. Your closest advisor brings word that the Senate is questioning your military spending. Your own body aches from the chronic illness that's been wearing you down for years. Most people in this situation would panic, rage, or collapse under the weight of it all. But Marcus reaches for his writing materials and records this thought: you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. How does someone maintain that kind of clarity when the world is falling apart around them? The answer lies in understanding the philosophical framework that Marcus lived inside every single day. Stoicism wasn't just something he studied. It was the operating system that ran his entire approach to life, leadership, and the pursuit of wisdom. Today we're going to explore that framework. We're going to understand the mental architecture that allowed one man to govern an empire while governing himself. And we're going to see how these ancient principles might provide us with our own operating system for navigating modern chaos. Stoicism, at its core, is a philosophy of practical wisdom. It emerged in ancient Athens around 300 BC, founded by a merchant named Zeno who lost everything in a shipwreck and discovered that external fortune couldn't touch the human capacity for wisdom and virtue. Over the centuries, it evolved into a comprehensive system for living well, attracting everyone from slaves to emperors, from merchants to generals. But Stoicism isn't just ancient history. It's a living philosophy that addresses the same fundamental challenge we all face: how to flourish as human beings in a world we can't fully control, how to find meaning and purpose when circumstances keep changing, how to maintain our integrity when pressures mount and easy compromises beckon. The Stoics organized their entire approach around three core disciplines, three areas of training that, when mastered, would allow someone to live with wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control, no matter what life threw at them. Marcus Aurelius practiced all three disciplines daily, and understanding them gives us insight into how philosophical principles translate into practical living. The first discipline is the discipline of judgment, rooted in Stoic logic. This is the practice of examining our perceptions, questioning our assumptions, and learning to see situations clearly rather than through the distorting lens of our fears, desires, and prejudices. Marcus understood that most of our suffering comes not from external events themselves, but from our judgments about those events. A setback isn't inherently good or bad. It's our interpretation that makes it so. An insult only hurts if we accept it as true or significant. A disappointment only devastates if we believed our happiness depended on a particular outcome. Very little is needed to make a happy life, Marcus wrote to himself. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. This wasn't positive thinking or wishful denial. The discipline of judgment requires unflinching honesty about reality, but it also recognizes that reality is always filtered through our perceptions. By training ourselves to examine those perceptions carefully, we can respond to situations based on facts rather than fears, on wisdom rather than impulse. When Germanic tribes threatened Rome's borders, Marcus didn't pretend the threat wasn't real, but he also didn't catastrophize, imagining the immediate end of civilization. He saw the situation clearly, a challenge that required his attention, planning, and decisive action, but not his panic or despair. His judgment remained clear because he had trained it to distinguish between what was actually happening and what his anxious mind wanted to imagine might happen. The second discipline is the discipline of desire, connected to Stoic physics and their understanding of how the universe works. This involves learning to want what happens, rather than demanding that what we want should happen. It's about aligning our will with reality rather than fighting against the grain of existence. The Stoics believed in a providential universe, where everything that occurs is part of a larger pattern that human reason can partially understand but never fully control. This didn't make them passive fatalists. They believed in acting with full commitment and energy. But they also recognized that outcomes depend on countless factors beyond any individual's control. Marcus faced this reality constantly. He could plan military campaigns with meticulous care, but he couldn't control the weather that might delay his legions. He could craft wise policies, but he couldn't force senators to implement them perfectly. He could love his children deeply, but he couldn't protect them from illness or death. Accept the things to which fate binds you, he reminded himself, and love the people with whom fate associates you. This wasn't resignation, it was wisdom. By accepting what he couldn't change, Marcus freed up enormous mental and emotional energy to focus on what he could change. Instead of exhausting himself fighting against unchangeable circumstances, he could direct his efforts toward responding to those circumstances with skill and virtue. The third discipline is the discipline of action, grounded in Stoic ethics. This is the practice of acting for the common good, fulfilling our roles and responsibilities, and treating other people with justice and kindness, regardless of how they treat us. For Marcus, this discipline was particularly crucial because his role as emperor gave him unprecedented power over other people's lives. He could have used that power for personal pleasure, revenge against enemies, or glory-seeking conquest. Instead, he tried to use it as an instrument of service to the human community. "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee," Marcus wrote, capturing the Stoic insight that individual flourishing and community welfare are ultimately inseparable. We're social creatures, designed to work together, and our own well-being depends on contributing to the well-being of others. This wasn't just abstract theory for Marcus. During the plague years, when many wealthy Romans fled to their country estates, Marcus remained in the city, coordinating relief efforts and maintaining public order. When resources were scarce, he sold imperial treasures to fund military campaigns rather than imposing crushing taxes on his subjects. When dealing with rebellious governors or incompetent officials, he consistently chose rehabilitation over punishment when possible. The discipline of action required him to see beyond his own immediate interests and consider the broader consequences of his choices. It demanded that he treat even difficult people with fundamental respect, recognizing their capacity for reason and moral growth, even when they weren't currently demonstrating those qualities. Underneath all three disciplines lies what modern Stoics call the dichotomy of control, the fundamental distinction between what is up to us and what is not up to us. This simple concept is perhaps the most practical and transformative insight in all of philosophy. Epictetus, Marcus's philosophical predecessor, put it starkly: some things are within our power, while others are not. What's within our power includes our judgments, our choices, our responses, our efforts. What's not within our power includes other people's behavior, external events, outcomes, and consequences. Most people spend most of their mental energy focused on things they can't control, worrying about what others think, trying to force particular outcomes, getting upset when circumstances don't match their preferences. The Stoics realized this was not just ineffective, but actively harmful, creating anxiety, frustration, and a sense of powerlessness. Marcus lived this principle daily. As emperor, he was constantly dealing with situations where the stakes were enormous, but his control was limited. He could choose his generals, but he couldn't guarantee they would win battles. He could craft legislation, but he couldn't ensure it would solve every problem. He could try to be a good father, but he couldn't protect his children from all harm. You have power over your mind, not outside events, he reminded himself repeatedly. This wasn't a limitation to be lamented, but a liberation to be embraced. By focusing exclusively on what he could control, Marcus could act with full commitment without being emotionally devastated by outcomes beyond his influence. Some modern Stoics have refined this into a trichotomy of control, recognizing 3 categories rather than 2. Things we control completely, our judgments and choices; things we don't control at all, other people's actions and external events; and things we influence but don't control, outcomes that depend partly on our efforts and partly on external factors. This more nuanced understanding acknowledges that we can influence many things without controlling them completely. Marcus could influence the loyalty of his legions through fair treatment and competent leadership, but he couldn't control whether individual soldiers would remain brave in battle. He could influence the Senate's cooperation through respectful consultation, but he couldn't control whether senators would always act in Rome's best interests. The key insight remains the same. Focus your energy where you have the most influence, accept what you cannot change, and maintain inner freedom regardless of external circumstances. For the Stoics, the goal of philosophy wasn't just to avoid suffering or achieve peace of mind. It was to live according to nature, to fulfill our potential as rational, social beings who can participate in the cosmic order through wisdom and virtue. This concept has several layers that were central to Marcus's worldview. First, it meant recognizing the logos, the divine reason that the Stoics believed permeated and governed the universe. Everything that happens, from the movement of planets to the rise and fall of empires, reflects this underlying rational principle. Marcus saw his role as emperor not as an opportunity to impose his personal will on the world, but as a chance to align himself with this larger pattern. His decisions weren't arbitrary exercises of power, but attempts to discern what justice, wisdom, and the common good required in particular situations. And constantly regard the universe as one living being, connected throughout, he wrote. All things are mutually woven together and the bond is sacred. There is hardly anything unconnected with any other thing. This wasn't mystical thinking, but practical wisdom. Understanding our interconnectedness with others and with the natural world helps us make better decisions, treat people with more compassion, and maintain perspective during difficult times. Living according to nature also meant embracing our capacity for reason, our ability to think clearly, make distinctions, and choose our responses based on wisdom rather than impulse. Unlike other animals, humans can reflect on their own thinking, question their assumptions, and consciously shape their character. Marcus practiced this constantly, using his private writing as a tool for rational self-examination. Instead of simply reacting to events, he paused to consider what wisdom required, what virtue demanded, what would serve the common good. His meditations are filled with attempts to think through challenging situations clearly and objectively. Finally, living according to nature meant embracing our social nature, our deep dependence on others, and our capacity for cooperation, justice, and love. Humans aren't designed to live in isolation. We flourish when we contribute to communities, when we use our abilities in service of something larger than ourselves. We were born to work together, Marcus reminded himself. To thwart one another contradicts the law of nature. This wasn't just poetic sentiment, but practical guidance for an emperor who had to coordinate the efforts of millions of people across a vast empire. Perhaps the most radical aspect of Stoic philosophy was its approach to value and meaning. The Stoics argued that virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, and self-control, is the only true good, and that everything else we typically pursue, wealth, reputation, pleasure, even health and life itself, are indifferent. This doesn't mean these things don't matter at all. The Stoics recognize that some indifferents are preferred, health over sickness, prosperity over poverty, and others are dispreferred. But they insisted that none of these external things can make us truly happy or truly miserable. Only our character, our choices, and our response to circumstances can do that. Marcus lived this principle under extraordinary pressure. As emperor, he had access to every luxury the ancient world could provide, yet he often chose simplicity. He had the power to eliminate enemies and reward friends arbitrarily, yet he consistently tried to act justly. He faced constant criticism and enormous stress, yet he worked to respond with wisdom rather than anger. "If you seek tranquility," he wrote, "do less, or, more accurately, do what's essential, which brings a double satisfaction, to do less, better." This wasn't asceticism for its own sake, but a practical recognition that character matters more than circumstances. A person with wisdom, justice, courage, and self-control can flourish in any situation. Die wealthy or poor, healthy or sick, praised or criticized. Someone who lacks these virtues will struggle even in the most favorable circumstances. The Stoic approach to value liberated Marcus from many of the anxieties that plague leaders. He didn't need to worry constantly about his reputation, because he knew that living virtuously was more important than being popular. He didn't need to accumulate wealth for its own sake, because he understood that enough was enough. He didn't need to fear death, because he recognized that a life lived with virtue was complete regardless of its length. This framework also provided him with clear criteria for decision-making. When facing complex choices, he could ask, what would wisdom require? What would justice demand? What would courage look like? What would self-control suggest? The answers might not always be easy to implement, but they were usually clear to discern. "The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it," Marcus observed. The Stoic framework gave him a way to shape his thoughts, and therefore his life, according to timeless principles that could provide guidance in any situation. This philosophical foundation wasn't just intellectual furniture for Marcus, it was the practical toolkit that allowed him to govern effectively while maintaining his integrity. When barbarian tribes threatened the frontier, he could respond with courage rather than panic, because he understood that external challenges were opportunities to practice virtue. When the plague devastated cities, he could maintain his commitment to justice and compassion, because he knew that virtue was the only thing that truly mattered. When we understand this framework, Marcus's extraordinary equanimity begins to make sense. He wasn't superhuman or emotionally detached. He was someone who had internalized a coherent philosophy that provided reliable guidance for handling whatever life might bring. The Stoic disciplines, the dichotomy of control, the vision of living according to nature, and the focus on virtue over externals, these weren't abstract concepts, but daily practices that shaped his character and enabled his effectiveness. And here's what makes this framework so compelling for modern readers. The challenges Marcus faced, uncertainty, responsibility, difficult people, uncontrollable events, the pressure to compromise principles for expediency, are the same challenges we face today. The specific circumstances may differ, but the fundamental human situation remains the same. The Stoic framework that sustained Marcus through the ultimate leadership challenge offers us tools for our own challenges, whether we're leading organizations, raising families, or simply trying to live with wisdom and integrity in an uncertain world. Philosophy, as the Stoics understood it, isn't just about understanding reality, but it's about learning to live skillfully within that reality, finding meaning and purpose regardless of external circumstances. That's the framework Marcus lived inside. That's the operating system that allowed him to write, by lamplight, in a military tent, that we have power over our minds even when we don't have power over outside events. And that's the legacy he left us. Not just inspiring words, but a tested system for human flourishing that worked as well today as it did 18 centuries ago. The discipline of judgment. Picture Marcus Aurelius on one of the worst days of his reign. A messenger has just delivered devastating news. His most trusted general, Avidius Cassius, has declared himself emperor and convinced several eastern provinces to join his rebellion. For a moment, the weight of betrayal, the threat to everything he's worked to build, the possibility of civil war, all of it crashes down on him like a collapsing wall. Most rulers would explode in fury, They demand immediate executions, mobilize armies for revenge, let rage drive their response. But Marcus reaches for his writing materials and records something extraordinary. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. He's not dismissing the rebellion or pretending it doesn't matter. He's doing something far more sophisticated. He's examining his own mental response to the crisis, questioning his initial emotional reaction, and choosing how to interpret the situation based on wisdom rather than impulse. And this is the discipline of judgment in action, the Stoic practice of mastering perception, the daily work of training your mind to see clearly rather than through the distorting lens of fear, anger, or desire. It's perhaps the most practical and immediately useful aspect of Stoic philosophy, and it's the foundation that makes everything else possible. Today, we're going inside Marcus's mind to understand how this discipline actually works. How do you train yourself to respond to insults without being crushed? How do you handle praise without being corrupted? How do you face uncertainty without being paralyzed by fear? How do you make decisions based on reality rather than the stories your anxious mind wants to tell you? The answers lie in understanding that the events of our lives are far less important than we think, and our interpretations of those events are far more powerful than we realize. The foundation of the discipline of judgment rests on one of the most revolutionary insights in all of philosophy. It comes to us from Epictetus, the former slave who became Marcus's spiritual teacher. Men are disturbed not by things, but by their opinions about things. This simple statement contains dynamite. It suggests that the source of our suffering isn't the external world, the difficult people, the unexpected setbacks, the unfair circumstances, but our internal responses to that world. Change the response, and you change the experience entirely. Marcus lived this principle every day of his reign. When barbarian tribes invaded the frontier, the invasion itself was just a fact, armed men crossing a line on a map. What made it devastating or manageable, catastrophic or merely challenging, was how Marcus chose to interpret it. Was this the end of civilization, a sign that the gods had abandoned Rome, proof that he was a failed emperor? Or was it simply the latest in a series of challenges that required his attention, planning, and decisive action? Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact, Marcus wrote to himself. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. This doesn't mean facts don't matter or that we can simply think our way out of real problems. Barbarian invasions required real military responses. The plague needed actual medical intervention. Administrative problems demanded practical solutions. But Marcus understood that his effectiveness in dealing with these realities depended entirely on his ability to see them clearly without the distortion of panic, despair, or wishful thinking. Consider how this works in practice. A senator publicly criticizes one of Marcus's policies. The facts are simple. One person expressed disagreement with a decision, but depending on how Marcus interprets this fact, it could become anything from a devastating personal attack that ruins his day to a useful piece of feedback that helps him improve his governance. If he sees it as "this proves I'm incompetent and everyone hates me," he'll feel crushed and defensive. If he sees it as "this senator must be my enemy trying to undermine my authority," he'll feel angry and vindictive. If he sees it as "here's someone who disagrees with my approach and might have information that could help me make better decisions," he'll feel curious and grateful. Same facts, completely different experiences. The difference isn't in what happened, it's in the opinion Marcus formed about what happened. Confine yourself to the present, he reminded himself again and again. Not the story about the present, not the implications of the present, not what the present might mean for the future, just the simple, bare facts of what's actually occurring right now. The Stoics discovered something that modern psychology has confirmed. There's always a gap, however brief, between what happens to us and how we respond to it. In that gap lies our freedom and our power. The practice of withholding assent is learning to expand that gap and use it wisely. Assent, in Stoic terms, is the moment when we accept an impression as true. Someone insults us and we immediately assent to the impression, I've been wronged and should feel hurt. A project fails and we instantly assent to, this proves I'm incompetent. We hear concerning news and we automatically assent to, something terrible is about to happen. But assent is always a choice, even when it feels automatic. The Stoics train themselves to pause before giving assent, to examine their impressions carefully, to ask whether they were based on facts or fears, wisdom or wishful thinking. Marcus practiced this constantly. His meditations are filled with moments where he catches himself in the middle of an emotional reaction and steps back to examine it. When you wake up in the morning and feel reluctant to get up, he writes to himself, consider that you're rising to do the work of a human being. This is what you came into the world to do. Are you going to complain about doing what you were born for? Notice what's happening here. He's catching himself in the impression, I don't want to get up, this day is going to be difficult, I'd rather stay in bed. Instead of automatically assenting to this impression and letting it color his entire morning, he pauses to examine it. Is it true that imperial duties are somehow beneath him? Is it reasonable to expect that life should always be easy? What would happen if he approached his responsibilities with gratitude rather than reluctance? This practice of cognitive distance, creating space between yourself and your initial reactions, becomes a superpower in high-stakes situations. When that messenger arrived with news of Cassius's rebellion, Marcus's first impression might have been, I'm betrayed. Everything is falling apart. Civil war is inevitable. Instead of assenting immediately, he created distance. I'm having the thought that this betrayal means everything is falling apart. But is that thought true? What do I actually know? What are my options? How can I respond wisely rather than reactively? The key is learning to observe your impressions rather than being overwhelmed by them. You have power over your mind, not outside events, Marcus reminds himself. Realize this, and you will find strength. One of the most practical techniques in the discipline of judgment involves learning to describe situations with precise, factual language, rather than emotionally charged interpretations. The Stoics understood that the words we use to describe events shape how we experience them. Marcus was a master of this practice. Instead of saying, this horrible disaster has ruined everything, he would describe exactly what had happened. A military unit was defeated in battle, 300 men were killed, the enemy advanced 5 miles. Instead of everyone hates me, he would note, Senator Lucius disagreed with my tax policy in today's meeting. This isn't just semantic nitpicking, it's a powerful tool for maintaining perspective and clarity. Emotionally charged language amplifies our reactions and makes problems seem larger and more overwhelming than they actually are. Precise, factual language helps us see situations as they really are, which makes it much easier to respond appropriately. Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break, Marcus wrote. It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest. When facing the rebellion of Avidius Cassius, Marcus could have described it as my most trusted friend has stabbed me in the back and destroyed my life's work. Instead, he approached it with precise language. A general in the eastern provinces has declared himself emperor and convinced several cities to support him. This requires a military response, but civil war can still be avoided through negotiation. The same facts, but the first description would have generated rage, despair, and a thirst for revenge. The second description allowed him to see the situation clearly and respond strategically. In fact, Marcus chose reconciliation over retribution, and when Cassius was assassinated by his own officers, he forbade any persecution of the rebels and pardoned everyone involved. This practice extends to how we talk to ourselves about our own capabilities and shortcomings. Instead of, I'm terrible at this, try, I made a mistake in this specific situation. Instead of, everyone thinks I'm incompetent, try, 3 people have expressed concerns about my approach to this project. Instead of, this failure proves I'm worthless, try, this attempt didn't produce the result I was hoping for. Precise language doesn't minimize real problems. It helps us see them accurately so we can address them effectively. Reframing is perhaps the most creative aspect of the discipline of judgment. It involves learning to see challenging situations from multiple angles, finding alternative interpretations that are both accurate and more useful than our initial reactions. Marcus was exceptionally skilled at this practice. When faced with difficult people, instead of seeing them as obstacles or enemies, he would reframe them as opportunities to practice patience and compassion. When dealing with setbacks, instead of viewing them as failures, he would see them as chances to develop resilience and wisdom. "The impediment to action advances action," he wrote. "What stands in the way becomes the way." This wasn't positive thinking or denial.ed, it was sophisticated perspective taking based on a deep understanding of how circumstances and character interact. Every difficult situation contains within it the opportunity to practice virtue. Every challenge offers a chance to develop skills and wisdom that wouldn't be possible in easier circumstances. When the plague struck Rome, Marcus could have seen it as a divine punishment, a sign of imperial decline, or a personal failure. Instead, he reframed it as an opportunity to demonstrate good leadership during crisis, to show compassion for suffering people, and to maintain his principles under pressure. The plague was still terrible, but this reframing allowed him to respond constructively rather than being paralyzed by despair. Consider how this works with everyday frustrations. Someone cuts you off in traffic. Your initial frame might be, "This inconsiderate person has disrespected me." Reframing options, "This person might be dealing with an emergency." "This is a chance to practice patience." "This reminds me that everyone makes mistakes." "This is a good opportunity to model calm behavior for my children." The facts haven't changed, someone still cut you off, but the frame determines whether you spend the next 20 minutes angry and stressed, or whether you move on quickly with your equanimity intact. Marcus used reframing constantly in his role as emperor. When senators criticized his policies, instead of seeing attacks on his competence, he saw opportunities to gather different perspectives and improve his decisions. When barbarian tribes raided the frontier, instead of seeing threats to his legacy, he saw chances to protect Roman citizens and maintain the peace. One of Marcus's most powerful techniques for maintaining judgment was what he called the view from above, deliberately zooming out to see current troubles in the context of vast space and time. This practice helped him maintain perspective during crisis and avoid being overwhelmed by temporary difficulties. "Watch the stars in their courses as though you were accompanying them," he wrote to himself, "and continually dwell on the changes of elements into one another." This wasn't escapism, but practical wisdom. When you're dealing with a crisis that feels overwhelming, it helps to remember that you're one person on one planet, in one solar system, among billions, living for a few decades in a universe that's billions of years old. Your current troubles, however real and important, are a tiny part of a much larger story. Marcus would regularly practice this mental exercise, imagining himself rising above his immediate circumstances to see them in broader context. The rebellion of Avidius Cassius, which felt earth-shattering in the moment, was just one of countless political upheavals in human history. The plague that was devastating his empire was just one of many disease outbreaks that populations had faced and survived. His own reign, however successful, was just a brief chapter in the long story of human civilization. "Remember that in a little while, you and everyone you know will be dead," he reminded himself. "And soon after that, even your name will be forgotten." This might sound morbid, but Marcus found it liberating. If your current reputation, your immediate success or failure, your temporary embarrassment or triumph will all be forgotten in a few generations anyway, why not focus on what actually matters? Living with virtue, treating people well, and contributing something meaningful while you're here. The view from above also helped him handle praise and criticism with equal equanimity. When people celebrated his victories, he could remember that all military campaigns eventually fade into historical footnotes. When they criticized his policies, he could remember that all political controversies eventually become irrelevant. What mattered was whether he was acting with wisdom, justice, courage, and self-control in the present moment. "Loss is nothing else but change," he wrote, "and change is nature's delight." The discipline of judgment provides specific strategies for dealing with the emotional challenges that derail most people's decision-making and peace of mind. Marcus faced all of these challenges constantly as emperor, and his approach to each offers practical guidance for our own struggles. Handling insults. When faced with criticism or personal attacks, Marcus's first move was always to examine whether there was any truth in the accusation. If so, he could learn from it. If not, he could dismiss it without anger. "If someone speaks badly of you," he wrote, "do not defend yourself against the lie, but say, 'You evidently don't know the rest of my faults, or you would have mentioned them as well.'" He understood that other people's opinions about him were ultimately beyond his control and therefore not worth excessive concern. What mattered was whether he was actually living up to his own standards, not whether everyone approved of his performance. Handling praise, Marcus was equally cautious about praise, recognizing that it could be just as corrupting as criticism. When people celebrated his achievements, he would remind himself that external accomplishments were less important than character development, that popular approval was fickle and unreliable, and that the praise belonged to his advisors, soldiers, and administrators as much as to him personally. "Be like the rocky headland," he reminded himself, unmoved by either the storms of criticism or the sunshine of flattery. Handling fear. When facing uncertainty about the future, Marcus would focus relentlessly on the present moment. Fear almost always involves imaginary scenarios about what might happen, not actual present danger. By bringing his attention back to what was actually occurring right now, he could respond to real situations rather than hypothetical worries. "Today I escaped anxiety," he wrote, or no, I discarded it, because it was within me in my own perceptions, not outside. Handling anticipation, whether anticipating good fortune or dreading bad outcomes, Marcus understood that both were forms of mental time travel that took him away from present effectiveness. He practiced accepting whatever outcomes emerged, while focusing his energy on making wise choices in the current moment. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate associates you. The discipline of judgment isn't just theoretical. It requires daily practice, constant attention, and ongoing refinement. Marcus treated it like physical exercise for the mind, something that needed regular repetition to maintain strength and flexibility. Every morning, he would remind himself of the challenges he was likely to face and prepare mentally for how to respond with wisdom rather than reactivity. Every evening, he would review the day's events, examining moments when his judgment had been clear or clouded, learning from both successes and mistakes. "Be like a soldier storming a wall," he wrote to himself. "If you fall, you get back up. If you're wounded, you keep fighting. This is your duty, your purpose, your way of serving the common good." The discipline of judgment gave Marcus a systematic way to fulfill that duty, no matter what circumstances he faced. It allowed him to see clearly when others were blinded by emotion, to respond wisely when others reacted impulsively, to maintain his principles when others compromised under pressure. And perhaps most importantly, it freed him from the exhausting burden of trying to control what couldn't be controlled. By training himself to see situations accurately rather than through the lens of fear or desire, he could focus his energy where it would actually make a difference, on his own choices, responses, and character development. This is the gift the discipline of judgment offers all of us, the ability to navigate whatever life brings with clarity, wisdom, and inner freedom. The external circumstances may be beyond our control, but our perceptions, interpretations, and responses remain within our power. Master those, and you master the quality of your life itself. In that tent by the Danube, as Marcus wrote by lamplight while his empire faced its gravest crisis, he wasn't just recording philosophical observations. He was practicing the daily discipline that allowed him to remain centered, effective, and human despite carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. That same discipline remains available to us today, offering a tested path through the chaos of modern life toward the clarity and peace that come from seeing things as they really are. The discipline of desire. 180 AD, and Marcus Aurelius is dying. The man who has ruled the known world for nearly 20 years lies in his tent along the Danube frontier, his body finally succumbing to the illness that has plagued him for years. Around him, generals and advisors whisper about succession plans and the future of the empire. But Marcus isn't thinking about legacy or power or the monuments that will bear his name. He's thinking about water. Time is a river of vanishing moments and the current is swift, he writes with trembling hands. There is nothing solid or permanent, everything flows and changes. Each moment that passes is gone forever, like water through our fingers. For most people, facing death would bring terror, rage, or desperate denial. But Marcus Aurelius greets his mortality with something approaching gratitude. Not because he wants to die, but because he has spent decades training himself to want what actually happens rather than demanding that reality conform to his preferences. This is the discipline of desire in its purest form, the practice of aligning our will with the way things actually are, rather than exhausting ourselves fighting against the grain of existence. It's perhaps the most profound and challenging aspect of Stoic philosophy, and it's what allowed Marcus to face every crisis of his reign, including his own death, with extraordinary equanimity. Today we're going to explore how this discipline actually works in practice. How do you learn to love your fate when fate seems cruel? How do you embrace impermanence without becoming nihilistic? How do you think about death without becoming morbid? How do you find gratitude in the midst of loss? The answers require us to fundamentally reimagine our relationship with reality itself. Amor fati, that love of fate, is perhaps the most misunderstood concept in all of Stoicism. It doesn't mean passive acceptance of whatever happens. It doesn't mean becoming doormat who never stands up for anything. And it certainly doesn't mean pretending that bad things are actually good. Amor fati means something far more sophisticated. Learning to want what happens, not because everything that happens is wonderful, but because wanting what happens is the only path to inner freedom and effective action. Marcus understood this principle at the deepest level. During his reign, he faced a devastating plague that killed millions, including many of his closest advisors and family members. He fought constant wars against barbarian tribes pressing Rome's frontiers. He dealt with political rebellions, natural disasters, and economic crises that would have broken lesser leaders. He could have spent his energy raging against these circumstances, demanding that the universe give him an easier path, cursing the gods for the burdens he had to carry. Instead, he wrote, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate associates you." Notice the active verb, love. Not just tolerate, not just endure, but actively embrace the people and circumstances that life has given you. This isn't resignation. It's a form of radical acceptance that frees up enormous mental and emotional energy for productive response. Consider how this works in practice. When Germanic tribes invaded the northern frontier, Marcus could have raged against the inconvenience, the danger to Roman citizens, the drain on imperial resources. Instead, he saw the invasion as an opportunity to fulfill his duty as emperor, to protect the people under his care, to demonstrate Roman strength and diplomatic skill. "The impediment to action advances action," he wrote. "What stands in the way becomes the way." This doesn't mean he welcomed the invasion or pretended it was good. It means he accepted it as reality and found ways to work with that reality rather than against it. The invasion became not just a problem to solve, but an opportunity to practice virtue, courage, in facing danger, justice in protecting citizens, wisdom in choosing strategies, temperance in managing resources. Amor fati requires a fundamental shift in how we think about our relationship with the world. Most of us operate from the assumption that we should be able to control our circumstances, that life should give us what we want, that happiness depends on getting favorable outcomes. The Stoics realized this approach leads inevitably to frustration, anxiety, and a sense of powerlessness. Marcus chose a different path. Instead of demanding that the world conform to his preferences, he trained himself to find meaning and purpose within whatever circumstances actually arose. This didn't make him passive. During his reign, he initiated major military campaigns, implemented significant policy reforms, and made countless decisions that shaped the empire's future. But his actions came from a place of wisdom and acceptance, rather than frustration and resistance. Don't demand that things happen as you wish, Marcus reminded himself, echoing his teacher Epictetus. Instead, wish that they happen as they do happen, and you will go on well. This practice becomes especially powerful during times of loss or disappointment. When his adoptive brother and co-emperor Lucius Verus died from the plague, Marcus could have been consumed by grief, anger at the gods, or despair about facing imperial burdens alone. Instead, he found ways to honor Verus's memory while embracing his new reality as sole emperor. "Loss is nothing else but change," he wrote, "and change is nature's delight." The recognition of impermanence sits at the heart of the discipline of desire. Everything changes, nothing lasts forever, and clinging to temporary things inevitably leads to suffering. But Marcus discovered that accepting impermanence doesn't lead to nihilism. It leads to a deeper appreciation for whatever we have right now. "Time is a river of vanishing moments," he wrote repeatedly, returning to this image whenever he needed to remember the transient nature of all experience. The river metaphor captures something essential about how change works. It's constant, inevitable, and ultimately beyond our control. But it's also natural and even beautiful when seen from the right perspective. Marcus lived this understanding daily. As emperor, he was surrounded by the trappings of permanence: massive stone buildings, elaborate ceremonies, traditions stretching back centuries. But he knew that empires, like everything else, are temporary phenomena. Rome would eventually fall, his dynasty would end, even his name would be forgotten. This knowledge didn't make him careless about his responsibilities. It had freed him to focus on what truly mattered. "Remember that very little is needed to make a happy life," he wrote. "It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." The practice of embracing impermanence requires us to hold everything lightly. Our possessions, our relationships, our plans, our achievements, even our own lives. This doesn't mean caring less, it means caring differently. When you truly understand that everything is temporary, you can appreciate what you have without the desperate clinging that turns love into attachment and joy into anxiety. Marcus practiced this with his own family. He loved his children deeply, but he never forgot that he couldn't protect them from illness, accident, or the simple passage of time. When several of his children died young, his grief was real and profound, but it didn't destroy him because he had never assumed he could keep them forever. "What we do now echoes in eternity," he wrote, capturing the paradox of impermanence. "Nothing lasts forever, but everything matters. Our actions have consequences that ripple forward through time even after we're gone. Accepting impermanence doesn't make life meaningless. It makes our choices more precious because we understand how brief our opportunity to make them really is." This perspective transforms how we approach both success and failure. When things go well, we can enjoy them fully without the anxiety of trying to make them permanent. When things go badly, we can endure them more easily, knowing that difficult circumstances, like favorable ones, are temporary. "This too shall pass" becomes not just a consolation during hard times, but a reminder to savor good times without attachment. The emperor who could have anything he wanted learned to want what he had, knowing that having it was temporary, but also knowing that temporary didn't mean worthless. Marcus often practiced what we might call temporal zoom, imagining current events from the perspective of vast stretches of time. A humiliating political defeat that felt devastating in the moment would barely register in the sweep of decades. A glorious military victory that felt world-changing would be just one battle among thousands in the long history of warfare. In the grand scheme of things, he reminded himself repeatedly, how much of this will matter in 100 years, in 1,000? This isn't meant to make us indifferent to present circumstances, but to help us maintain perspective and avoid being overwhelmed by temporary conditions. The crisis that feels overwhelming today will pass, just like all the crises that came before it. The triumph that feels definitive today will fade, just like all the triumphs that seemed so important to previous generations. Working with impermanence, rather than against it, becomes a source of tremendous strength and peace. You can commit injustice by doing nothing, Marcus wrote to himself as he prepared for what would be his final campaign along the Danube. At 58, his body was failing, but his mind remained sharp and his sense of duty unwavering. He knew this might be his last chance to secure Rome's northern frontier, and he wasn't going to waste it worrying about his own mortality. The practice of memento mori, remembering death, is central to the discipline of desire, but it's easily misunderstood. Marcus didn't think about death to become morbid or fatalistic. He thought about death to become more fully alive, more present to the preciousness of each moment, more committed to using his time wisely. It never ceases to amaze me, he wrote, we all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own. Death, for Marcus, was the ultimate teacher of priorities. When you truly accept that your time is limited, you stop wasting energy on trivial pursuits. You become less concerned with impressing others and more focused on living according to your deepest values. You realize that most of the things we worry about, our reputation, our status, are temporary embarrassments that matter far less than we think. This perspective transformed how Marcus approached his imperial duties. Instead of seeking glory or trying to build monuments to his own greatness, he focused on serving the common good during whatever time he had available. Instead of avoiding difficult decisions that might make him unpopular, he made choices based on what wisdom and justice required. Ask yourself at every moment, he wrote, is this essential? Because most of what we say and do is not essential. If you can eliminate it, you'll have more time and more tranquility. The awareness of mortality also helped Marcus handle criticism and setbacks with greater equanimity. When senators questioned his policies or military campaigns went badly, he could remember that in a few decades, all the current political disputes would be forgotten. What would remain, if anything, was whether he had acted with integrity and wisdom during his brief time in power. But memento mori isn't just about accepting our own death. It's about recognizing the mortality of everyone around us. This understanding naturally leads to greater compassion and patience. The difficult senator who opposes your legislation won't be around forever. The friend whose company you enjoy has limited time remaining. The child you're raising will grow up faster than you can imagine. Remember that in a little while, you and everyone you know will be dead, Marcus reminded himself. And soon after that, even your name will be forgotten. This might sound depressing, but Marcus found it liberating. If your current reputation will be forgotten anyway, why not focus on being genuinely helpful rather than impressive? If your mistakes will fade into historical irrelevance, why not take reasonable risks in service of something meaningful? If your time is limited, why not spend it on what actually matters? The practice of memento mori also intensifies appreciation for present experiences. When you remember that you won't have infinite opportunities to enjoy a sunset, share a meal with loved ones, or solve an interesting problem, those experiences become more vivid and precious. Scarcity enhances value, and nothing is more scarce than time itself. Marcus cultivated this appreciation deliberately. Even during the stress of military campaigns, he would pause to notice the beauty of the natural world, the courage of his soldiers, the satisfaction of solving complex logistical problems. Death wasn't the enemy of life. It was what made life meaningful by making it finite. One of Marcus's most powerful techniques for cultivating the discipline of desire was the practice of gratitude, combined with negative visualization. This involved both appreciating what he currently had and imagining what it would be like to lose it, creating a deeper appreciation for the temporary gifts of existence. Every morning, Marcus would deliberately focus on things he was grateful for: his health, his advisors, his opportunities to serve the Roman people, his access to philosophical wisdom. But this wasn't just positive thinking. He paired gratitude with the clear-eyed recognition that all of these gifts were temporary and could be taken away at any moment. "When you wake up in the morning," he wrote to himself, "consider what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." This practice helped him avoid taking good things for granted, while also preparing him psychologically for potential losses. By regularly imagining the death of loved ones, the loss of his position, or the onset of serious illness, he could appreciate current blessings more fully while also building emotional resilience for future challenges. The technique isn't meant to make you paranoid or anxious. It's meant to help you see clearly. Most of us live in a kind of unconscious denial about the fragility of our circumstances. We assume our health will continue, our relationships will endure, our careers will progress smoothly. When reality disrupts these assumptions, we're often devastated, not just by the loss itself, but by the shock of discovering that our sense of security was largely illusory. Marcus chose to face this reality deliberately and regularly. By spending time each day contemplating potential losses, he could respond to actual losses with greater equanimity and wisdom. When the plague killed many of his advisors, when military campaigns failed, when political allies betrayed him, he wasn't psychologically blindsided because he had already accepted the possibility of these outcomes. "Loss is nothing else but change," he reminded himself, "and change is nature's delight." The practice of negative visualization also enhances gratitude during good times. When you regularly imagine losing your health, having good health becomes a source of daily appreciation rather than something you simply take for granted. When you contemplate the death of loved ones, spending time with them becomes more precious. When you imagine losing your opportunities to serve others, those opportunities become sources of meaning rather than burdens. Marcus applied this technique to his role as emperor. Instead of seeing imperial power as his natural right or permanent possession, he regularly imagined what it would be like to step down, to return to private life, to watch someone else make the decisions that shaped the empire's future. This helped him use his authority more wisely and avoid the corruption that comes from assuming power will last forever. "Remember that you are an actor in a play," he wrote to himself, "which is as the author wants it to be. If short, then short. If long, then long. If he wants you to play a poor man, play even that role with skill. And similarly, if a cripple, or a public official, or a private citizen, the metaphor of life as a temporary role in a larger drama captures something essential about the discipline of desire. We don't choose all of our circumstances, but we can choose how to play whatever role we've been given. The performance is temporary, but it can still be skillful, meaningful, and beautiful." The discipline of desire isn't just philosophical theory, though it requires daily practice, constant attention, and ongoing refinement. Marcus treated it like training for an athletic competition, understanding that mental habits need regular reinforcement to remain strong. Every morning, he would prepare himself for the day's challenges by remembering that difficulties were opportunities to practice virtue, that setbacks were temporary, and that his ultimate goal was to respond wisely rather than to control outcomes. Every evening, he would review the day's events, examining moments when he had worked with reality skillfully and moments when he had wasted energy fighting against unchangeable circumstances. "Don't explain your philosophy," he wrote to himself. "Embody it." The discipline shows up in countless small moments throughout each day. When stuck in traffic, instead of fuming about the delay, you can practice accepting what's happening while responding appropriately. When a project fails, instead of raging about unfairness, you can look for lessons and opportunities within the setback. When someone you love is struggling, instead of trying to fix what you can't control, you can offer support while accepting their autonomy. Marcus faced these same kinds of daily choices on an imperial scale. When barbarian tribes raided Roman settlements, he could accept the reality of the threat while responding with appropriate military action. When senators opposed his policies, he could accept their disagreement while working to build better consensus. When the plague spread through Roman cities, he could accept the reality of disease while organizing effective relief efforts. The key insight is that accepting reality doesn't mean becoming passive. It means choosing your battles wisely and acting from a place of clarity rather than reactive emotion. When you're not wasting energy fighting against what you can't change, you have more energy available for influencing what you can change. You have power over your mind, not outside events, Marcus reminded himself constantly. Realize this and you will find strength. This strength allowed him to face his own death with remarkable peace. As he lay dying in that tent along the Danube, surrounded by the unfinished business of empire and the uncertainty of succession, he could let go of trying to control what would happen after he was gone. He had done his best with the time and opportunities he'd been given. The rest was up to others and to the natural unfolding of events beyond any individual's control. "Death smiles at us all," he wrote in one of his final entries. "All a man can do is smile back." The discipline of desire had taught him to work with reality so skillfully that even death could be met as a collaborator rather than an enemy. This is the ultimate promise of this practice. Not that life will become easy or that we'll get everything we want, but that we can find meaning, peace, and even joy within whatever circumstances arise. In learning to love our fate, we discover a kind of freedom that doesn't depend on external circumstances. In accepting impermanence, we find ways to appreciate temporary beauty. In remembering death, we learn to live more fully. In practicing gratitude while acknowledging loss, we develop resilience that can weather any storm. The emperor who had everything learned that wanting what you have is more powerful than having what you want. That lesson, written by lamplight in a military tent nearly 2,000 years ago, remains as relevant today as it was on the Roman frontier. The circumstances change, but the human challenge remains the same, learning to work with reality rather than against it, finding meaning within whatever life brings, and discovering that inner freedom which no external force can touch. The discipline of action. It's 175 AD, and Marcus Aurelius faces an impossible choice. His most trusted general, Avidius Cassius, has been assassinated after declaring himself emperor and sparking a rebellion in the eastern provinces. Justice, by Roman standards, would demand the systematic execution of everyone who supported the usurper. The Senate expects it. The army demands it. Precedent requires it. But Marcus chooses mercy instead. Standing before the assembled legions, he announces a general pardon for all rebels. No trials, no executions, no confiscation of property. Even Cassius's family will be protected and provided for. The soldiers are stunned. Some are outraged. How can an emperor show such weakness in the face of treason? Marcus's response reveals everything about how he understood his role. I am not ruling for myself, but for the benefit of all humanity. My actions must serve not just Rome, but the common good of all rational beings. This is the discipline of action in its purest form. The Stoic practice of acting not from self-interest, emotional impulse, or social pressure, but from a clear understanding of duty, justice, and our responsibilities to the broader human community. It's perhaps the most practical and immediately relevant aspect of Stoic philosophy, because it's where inner wisdom meets outer reality, where philosophical principles become concrete choices that shape the world. Today we're going to explore how Marcus translated Stoic theory into real-world leadership, how he balanced competing roles and responsibilities, and how he maintained his commitment to justice even when it was costly or unpopular. Most importantly, we'll see how these same principles can guide our own decisions, whether we're leading organizations, raising families, or simply trying to be good citizens in a complex world. The discipline of action starts with a revolutionary insight. We are all connected, all part of a larger whole, and our individual flourishing depends on contributing to the flourishing of others. Remember that you are an actor in a play, Marcus wrote to himself, which is as the author wants it to be. But unlike actors in a theater, each of us plays multiple roles simultaneously. Parent and professional, citizen and friend, leader and follower. The discipline of action requires us to understand these roles clearly and fulfill them skillfully, even when they seem to conflict with each other. Marcus juggled more roles than perhaps any person in history. He was emperor of Rome, responsible for the welfare of 60 million people spread across 3 continents. He was a father to 13 children, to quote, trying to raise them with wisdom and love despite the corrupting influence of imperial privilege. He was a husband to Faustina, navigating the complexities of marriage under the scrutiny of an entire empire. He was a student of philosophy, committed to daily learning and self-improvement. He was a military commander, leading armies in brutal frontier wars. He was a son to his adoptive father, Antoninus Pius, honoring the legacy of the man who had groomed him for power. Each role came with its own demands, its own ethical requirements, its own definition of success. As emperor, he needed to be decisive and occasionally ruthless. As father, he needed to be patient and forgiving. As philosopher, he needed to pursue truth regardless of its political implications. As military commander, he needed to be strategic and sometimes deceptive. The genius of Stoic role ethics is that it doesn't try to resolve these tensions by reducing everything to a single principle. Instead, it recognizes that life is inherently complex and that wisdom lies in understanding the requirements of each role while maintaining overall coherence and integrity. Marcus demonstrated this constantly throughout his reign. When dealing with the Germanic tribes threatening Rome's northern frontier, he acted with the firmness required of an emperor protecting his people. But even in warfare, he maintained the compassion required of a philosopher, seeking diplomatic solutions when possible and treating prisoners humanely. We were born to work together, he reminded himself. To thwart one another contradicts the law of nature. When his own children disappointed him, and several did, falling into the typical vices of imperial offspring, he had to balance his roles as father and emperor. As father, he wanted to protect and forgive them. As emperor, he couldn't allow their behavior to undermine imperial authority or set bad examples for other Roman families. The key insight is that roles aren't just social conventions. They're moral frameworks that help us understand our responsibilities to others. A parent has duties to their children that don't apply to strangers. A citizen has obligations to their community that transcend personal preferences. A leader has responsibilities to followers that require sometimes sacrificing personal comfort or popularity. Marcus took this understanding to extraordinary lengths. When the people of Alexandria sent him golden crowns worth a fortune as tribute, he politely declined the gift and asked them to spend the money on local infrastructure instead. His role as emperor required him to think about the welfare of all Roman citizens, not just the approval of wealthy cities trying to curry favor. Ask yourself at every moment, he wrote, is this essential? Because most of what we say and do is not essential. The question of what's essential can only be answered by understanding which role you're playing in any given situation and what that role requires of you. A good parent doesn't need to be popular with their children. They need to help their children develop character and wisdom. A good leader doesn't need to avoid all criticism. They need to make decisions that serve the long-term interests of those they lead. This role-based approach to ethics helps resolve many of the moral dilemmas we face in daily life. When your role as friend conflicts with your role as employee, You can ask which responsibility is more pressing in the current situation and which choice would better serve the common good. When your desire for personal comfort conflicts with your duties as citizen or community member, you can remember that your individual flourishing depends on the health of the larger systems you're part of. Marcus understood that we don't get to choose all of our roles. We're born into some, assigned others by circumstances, and only freely select a few. But we do get to choose how skillfully we play each role, how much integrity we bring to each responsibility, and how well we integrate our various duties into a coherent approach to living. Of all the Stoic virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, Marcus considered justice the most important. Not justice as legal procedure or punishment of wrongdoing, but justice as active concern for the welfare of others, as the commitment to use whatever power or influence you have for the benefit of the community rather than personal advantage. Justice is the crowning glory of the virtues, he wrote. Without it, the other virtues become mere personal accomplishments that serve no larger purpose. This understanding of justice transformed how Marcus approached imperial power. Most Roman emperors saw their position as an opportunity to indulge personal desires, reward friends, and punish enemies. Marcus saw it as a trust, a temporary stewardship of authority that should be used to promote human flourishing on the largest possible scale. When the plague devastated Roman cities, Marcus didn't retreat to safe countryside estates like many wealthy Romans. He remained in the capital, coordinating relief efforts and using imperial resources to support medical care and food distribution. When provincial governors sent him expensive gifts, he typically redirected them toward public works projects or military needs. When faced with difficult legal cases, he consistently chose mercy over severity, when both options were legally permissible. The decision to pardon Avidius Cassius's supporters exemplifies this approach to justice. By Roman law and tradition, Marcus had every right to execute the rebels and confiscate their property. Such action would have deterred future rebellions and satisfied public demands for vengeance. But Marcus asked a different question. What would best serve the long-term welfare of the empire and its people? He concluded that mercy would be more effective than retribution. Executing the rebels would create martyrs and potentially inspire more resistance. Pardoning them would demonstrate imperial strength and confidence, while encouraging former enemies to become loyal citizens. Most importantly, it would model the kind of behavior Marcus wanted to see throughout the empire: forgiveness over revenge, rehabilitation over punishment, unity over division. The best revenge, he wrote, is not to be like your enemy. This wasn't naive idealism, but sophisticated leadership based on a deep understanding of human nature and social dynamics. Marcus recognized that justice isn't just about giving people what they deserve. It's about creating conditions where human beings can flourish and communities can thrive. His approach to justice also extended to his personal relationships. When his wife Faustina was rumored to be having affairs, Marcus could have had her accusers investigated, her alleged lovers executed, or Faustina herself divorced and disgraced. Instead, he chose to focus on her positive qualities and their successful partnership in raising children and governing the empire. Whether the rumors were true or false mattered less than maintaining the stability and dignity of the imperial family. This kind of justice requires tremendous self-discipline and emotional maturity. It's much easier to act from anger, hurt pride, or desire for revenge than to consistently ask what would best serve the common good. Marcus had to overcome the same emotional impulses that affect everyone: the desire to lash out when hurt, to use power for personal satisfaction, to prioritize his own interests over larger responsibilities. Whenever you want to cheer yourself, he reminded himself, consider the good qualities of your companions. Justice, in the Stoic sense, is ultimately about recognition, seeing clearly that your own welfare is connected to the welfare of others, that using power responsibly creates better outcomes than using it selfishly, that treating people with dignity and respect is both morally right and practically effective. This understanding of justice becomes especially important in positions of authority, but it applies to anyone who has influence over others. Parents exercise justice when they discipline children fairly and consistently. Managers exercise justice when they distribute opportunities and recognition based on merit rather than favoritism. Citizens exercise justice when they vote for policies that serve the common good rather than just their personal interests. Marcus discovered that justice isn't just about constraining power, it's about empowering others. By treating senators with respect even when they opposed his policies, he encouraged more thoughtful debate and better decision-making. By promoting capable administrators, regardless of their personal loyalty to him, he improved the quality of imperial governance. By maintaining high ethical standards even when no one was watching, he created a culture where virtue was valued and rewarded. Perhaps the most revolutionary aspect of Marcus's ethical thinking was his commitment to cosmopolitanism. The idea that all human beings, regardless of nationality, race, religion, or social status, are fellow citizens in a universal community, governed by reason and natural law. "My city and country, so far as I am Antoninus, is Rome," he wrote to himself. "But so far as I am a human being, it is the world." This wasn't just philosophical speculation, but practical policy that shaped how Marcus governed the empire. Roman law traditionally distinguished sharply between citizens and non-citizens, between Romans and barbarians, between the civilized and the savage. Marcus, influenced by Stoic cosmopolitanism, gradually expanded the rights and protections available to people throughout the empire, regardless of their ethnic background or place of birth. When Germanic tribes pressed against the northern frontier, the traditional Roman response would have been to drive them back beyond the Rhine and Danube rivers, maintaining clear boundaries between Roman civilization and barbarian chaos. Marcus chose a different approach. He recognized that the tribal migrations were driven by climate change and population pressure, factors beyond any individual group's control. Instead of seeing the tribes as inherent enemies, he saw them as fellow human beings facing desperate circumstances. This perspective led to innovative diplomatic solutions. Rather than simply defeating the tribes militarily and leaving them to face the same pressures that had driven them to raid Roman territory in the first place, Marcus negotiated settlements that allowed some tribes to relocate within the empire in exchange for military service. Former enemies became Roman auxiliaries, barbarian warriors became defenders of Roman cities. "We are all fellow citizens," he wrote, "members of one great community, the universe itself." This cosmopolitan vision extended to his approach to religion and cultural diversity within the empire. Rome had always been religiously pluralistic, but Marcus went further than most emperors in protecting minority communities and allowing local customs to flourish alongside Roman law. As long as people fulfilled their civic duties and maintained social peace, he didn't require them to abandon their ancestral traditions or adopt Roman religious practices. The cosmopolitan perspective also influenced how Marcus thought about economic policy and resource allocation. Instead of viewing imperial wealth as belonging exclusively to Roman citizens, he saw it as a trust to be administered for the benefit of all people under Roman rule. When famine struck Egypt, he sent grain shipments from other provinces. When earthquakes damaged cities in Asia Minor, he provided imperial funds for reconstruction. "What brings no benefit to the hive," he reminded himself, "brings none to the bee." This understanding of interdependence wasn't just morally admirable, it was strategically brilliant. By treating provincial populations as partners rather than subjects, Marcus strengthened their loyalty to Rome and reduced the likelihood of rebellion. By addressing the root causes of barbarian migrations rather than just their symptoms, he created more stable frontier relationships. By promoting capable individuals regardless of their ethnic background, he expanded the pool of talent available for imperial administration. The cosmopolitan ideal also shaped Marcus's personal relationships. Despite the enormous social barriers of his time, he maintained friendships with people from many different backgrounds. Greek philosophers, Egyptian administrators, Gallic generals, Germanic tribal leaders who had become Roman allies. He judged people by their character and abilities rather than their ancestry or social status. "Remember that very little is needed to make a happy life," he wrote. "It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." Cosmopolitanism for Marcus wasn't about ignoring differences between people or pretending that all cultures are identical. It was about recognizing the fundamental rationality and dignity that all human beings share, regardless of their particular circumstances or backgrounds. This recognition created ethical obligations to treat all people fairly, to consider the global impact of local decisions, to work for outcomes that serve not just narrow interests, but the broader human community. This vision remains remarkably relevant for our interconnected world. Climate change, economic inequality, political instability, and technological disruption are global challenges that require cosmopolitan solutions. Like Marcus, we need to expand our circle of moral concern beyond our immediate tribe, nation, or economic class to consider how our choices affect the larger human community. The discipline of action requires us to serve others, but it doesn't require us to sacrifice ourselves completely. Marcus understood that sustainable service depends on maintaining your own strength, wisdom, and integrity. You can't help others effectively if you destroy yourself in the process. This balance between service and self-care was constantly tested during Marcus's reign. The demands of imperial leadership were literally endless. Thought every day brought new crises, new decisions, new opportunities to help or harm millions of people. Marcus could have worked himself to death trying to solve every problem personally, or he could have become callous and detached to protect his own sanity. Instead, he found a middle path that honored both his duty to serve and his responsibility to maintain his own effectiveness. He delegated authority to capable subordinates while remaining ultimately accountable for their decisions. He maintained his philosophical practices, daily meditation, evening self-examination, regular study, even during military campaigns and political crises. He took care of his physical health within the constraints of his circumstances, recognizing that his body was a tool needed for service rather than just a source of personal pleasure. "You have power over your mind, not outside events," he reminded himself. "Realize this and you will find strength." The key insight is that duty has limits, not because we should be selfish, but because our capacity to serve is finite and must be preserved for maximum effectiveness. A parent who neglects their own health and well-being will eventually be unable to care for their children effectively. A leader who refuses to delegate will create bottlenecks that harm their organization. A citizen who becomes completely consumed by political activism may burn out and withdraw from civic engagement entirely. Marcus learned to work within these constraints while maintaining his commitment to service. When the plague killed many of his closest advisors, he had to balance grief for personal losses with the need to maintain imperial stability. When chronic illness sapped his physical strength, he had to balance rest with the demands of military command. When senators opposed his policies, he had to balance patience with the need for decisive action. "Don't explain your philosophy," he wrote to himself. "Embody it." The embodiment of service requires practical wisdom about timing, energy, and priorities. Not every cause deserves your immediate attention. Not every person who asks for help can be helped effectively. Not every injustice can be corrected by individual action. The art lies in choosing your battles wisely, focusing your limited resources where they can do the most good, and accepting that you can't solve every problem or help every person. Marcus demonstrated this constantly in his imperial decision-making. When multiple provinces faced simultaneous crises, he had to prioritize based on which situations were most urgent and which his intervention could most effectively address. When different groups made competing claims on imperial resources, he had to balance immediate needs against long-term welfare. When personal tragedies occurred in his family, he had to balance private grief with public responsibilities. The discipline of action also requires us to recognize when stepping back serves the common good better than staying engaged. Marcus understood that his role as emperor was temporary not as temporary. He was a steward, not an owner of imperial authority. Part of his duty involved preparing others to lead effectively, creating systems that could function without his personal involvement, and accepting that his successors might make different choices than he would have made. Loss is nothing else but change, he reminded himself, and change is nature's delight. This perspective helped him avoid the trap of believing that his personal involvement was always necessary, or that his particular approach was the only effective one. Good leadership often involves empowering others to act independently, creating conditions where your absence doesn't create chaos, and trusting that the systems and principles you've established will continue to serve the common good, even when you're no longer there to supervise them directly. The discipline of action isn't just about major life decisions or moments of crisis. It shows up in countless small choices throughout each day. Marcus understood that character is built through consistent practice, that ethical muscles need regular exercise to remain strong, and that the quality of our small actions determines our capacity for large ones. Every morning, Marcus would remind himself of his duties in each of his roles, what his position as emperor required, what his relationships as father and husband demanded, what his commitment as a philosopher entailed. Every evening, he would review the day's actions, examining moments when he had served the common good effectively and moments when he had fallen short of his own standard. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, he wrote to himself, tell yourself, I have to go to work, as a human being. This framing transforms routine activities into opportunities for virtue. Going to work becomes a chance to contribute something meaningful to the human community. Dealing with difficult people becomes an opportunity to practice patience and understanding. Handling setbacks becomes an occasion to demonstrate resilience and wisdom. Marcus applied this approach to every aspect of imperial life. Routine administrative meetings became opportunities to practice justice by listening carefully to different perspectives and making decisions based on evidence rather than personal preference. Diplomatic negotiations became chances to practice wisdom by seeking solutions that served all parties' legitimate interests. Military planning became occasions to practice courage by making difficult decisions and accepting responsibility for their consequences. The key is recognizing that ethical action doesn't require perfect circumstances or unlimited resources. You can practice virtue with whatever authority, influence, and opportunities you currently have. A teacher exercises justice by treating all students fairly, regardless of their backgrounds or abilities. A manager practices wisdom by making decisions based on careful analysis rather than impulse. A parent demonstrates courage by maintaining consistent standards even when children resist. Remember that very little is needed to make a happy life, Marcus wrote. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. The discipline of action ultimately teaches us that meaning comes not from getting what we want from the world, but from contributing what we can to the world. Marcus found profound satisfaction in using his temporary authority to promote human flourishing, even though he knew his efforts would be incomplete and his achievements temporary. This perspective remains as relevant today as it was in ancient Rome. Whether we're leading organizations, raising families, participating in communities, or simply trying to be good citizens, the principles that guided Marcus offer a tested approach to ethical action. Understand your roles clearly, prioritize justice over personal advantage, recognize your connection to the broader human community, and serve others within the limits of your capacity. The emperor who could have had anything learned that giving is more satisfying than getting, that serving others serves yourself, and that duty well performed is its own reward. That lesson, written by lamplight in a military tent nearly 2,000 years ago, offers us a roadmap for finding meaning and purpose in our own complex lives. The discipline of action isn't just about being good, it's about being effective, about translating inner wisdom into outer impact, about using whatever power we have to make the world a little better than we found it. Marcus Aurelius showed us what that looks like when practiced at the highest level of responsibility. The rest of us can learn from his example and apply the same principles within our own spheres of influence, however large or small they might be. The Inner Citadel. It's late at night in a fortress camp along the Danube frontier. Outside, Germanic warriors probe Roman defenses, testing for weaknesses in the walls, gaps in the guard rotations, moments when vigilance might slip. Inside his command tent, Marcus Aurelius faces a different kind of siege. The pressures of imperial leadership, the weight of decisions that affect millions, the constant demands from senators, generals, and citizens, constantly pushing death-level punishments, is one that Marcus' citizens, all of it presses against his mind like an attacking army. But Marcus has built something they cannot breach, an inner citadel, a fortress of character that remains unconquerable no matter what external forces assault it. You have power over your mind, not outside events, he writes by flickering lamplight. Realize this, and you will find strength. This is the essence of the inner citadel, the Stoic understanding that while we cannot control what happens to us, we can always control how we respond to what happens to us. True freedom doesn't come from external circumstances, but from internal mastery, from the daily work of building character that can withstand any storm. Tonight we're going inside that citadel to understand how it's built, brick by brick through daily practices that transform scattered thoughts into disciplined wisdom, reactive emotions into deliberate responses, and personal struggles into opportunities for growth. We're going to explore the architecture of character and learn how the daily work of self-examination, virtue practice, and emotional regulation creates an unshakable foundation for living well. The inner citadel isn't built in a day. It's constructed through years of consistent practice, constant vigilance, and the willingness to do the unglamorous work of daily self-improvement. But once built, it becomes a source of strength that no external force can destroy. Every evening, without exception, Marcus Aurelius conducted a practice that would seem strange to most modern leaders. He put aside all the urgent business of empire and spent time examining his own thoughts, actions, and character development from that day. This wasn't casual reflection or random journaling, as it was systematic self-audit, as rigorous and purposeful as any financial review or military inspection. "Be like a soldier storming a wall," he wrote to himself. "If you fall, you get back up. If you're wounded, you keep fighting. But first, you must know exactly where you stand." The practice of daily self-examination starts with brutal honesty about your current condition. Marcus would review the day's events not to congratulate himself on successes or justify his failures, but to understand patterns in his thinking and behavior that either supported or undermined his character development. Did he lose his temper with a slow-witted senator? Why did that particular trigger affect him so strongly? What underlying expectation or attachment had created his frustration? How could he prepare better for similar situations in the future? Did he make a decision based on fear rather than wisdom? What information or perspective had he failed to consider? What would courage have looked like in that moment? How could he build the mental habits that would make courageous choices more automatic? Did he treat someone with less respect than they deserved? What assumptions or prejudices had influenced his behavior? How could he cultivate the kind of attention and empathy that would prevent similar mistakes? The key insight is that self-examination isn't about achieving perfection. It's about creating a feedback loop that accelerates learning and growth. Every mistake becomes data for improvement rather than evidence of failure. Every success becomes a pattern to understand and replicate rather than just a cause for satisfaction. When you wake up in the morning, Marcus would remind himself, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil, but I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own. This morning reflection wasn't pessimistic, it was realistic, preparation that helped him respond to difficult people with patience and understanding rather than surprise and anger. By anticipating challenges, he could prepare appropriate responses. By examining his reactions at the end of each day, he could refine those responses for the future. The practice of self-examination also requires creating space for solitude and reflection in daily life. Marcus understood that character development needs uninterrupted time for processing experiences, recognizing patterns, and making deliberate choices about how to grow. Despite the overwhelming demands of imperial leadership, he protected time each day for this inner work. "Confine yourself to the present," he would write, forcing his attention away from anxious speculation about the future or regretful dwelling on the past. The present moment is where character is actually built. In the specific choices we make right now, in our responses to current circumstances, in the habits we practice today. The accountability of solitude means taking full responsibility for your own character development without waiting for external validation or correction. Marcus couldn't rely on advisors to tell him when he was being impatient, prideful, or unfair. He had to develop the self-awareness to recognize these tendencies himself and the discipline to correct them before they affected his leadership. When people today read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, they often think of it as a memoir or diary, a record of events and experiences from the life of a famous emperor. But that fundamentally misunderstands what Marcus was doing when he wrote these notes to himself. He wasn't documenting his life for posterity, he was training his mind for effectiveness. "Don't explain your philosophy," he wrote, "embody it." The journaling practice that created the Meditations was mental exercise, not historical record. Marcus used writing the same way an athlete used physical training to build strength, improve performance, and prepare for future challenges. Every entry was a repetition, a way of reinforcing philosophical principles until they became instinctive responses rather than intellectual concepts. When Marcus wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events," he wasn't sharing profound wisdom with future readers. He was reminding himself of a principle he needed to remember, practicing the mental movement from external focus to internal control, training his attention to return to what he could actually influence, rather than getting lost in what he couldn't change. This approach to journaling has several key characteristics that distinguish it from ordinary diary keeping. First, it's principle-centered rather than event-centered. Instead of recording what happened, Marcus focused on how philosophical principles applied to what happened. Instead of describing his feelings, he examined the thoughts and judgments that created those feelings. "When you are disturbed by events," he would write, "remember that it's not the events themselves, but your opinions about the events that cause your disturbance." Second, the writing was prescriptive rather than descriptive. Marcus wasn't just analyzing situations, he was programming better responses for future situations. Each entry was a small piece of software for his mind, a subroutine that would run automatically when similar circumstances arose. "Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break," he reminded himself. "It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest." Third, the practice was repetitive rather than novel. Marcus returned to the same themes, the same reminders, the same fundamental insights again and again. This wasn't because he forgot what he had written before. It was because he understood that character change requires constant reinforcement, that new habits need repeated practice to become automatic. The universe is change, our life is what our thoughts make it. The repetition itself was the point. Just as a musician practices scales every day not to learn new notes but to maintain fluency and precision, Marcus practiced philosophical principles not to discover new truths, but to make old truths more accessible and effective in real-time decision-making. This training approach to journaling becomes especially powerful during difficult periods. When facing the plague, military setbacks, or political crises, Marcus could return to his core principles and find stability. The daily practice of writing had made those principles more than intellectual concepts. They had become emotional resources, mental habits, automatic responses that could function even under extreme stress. Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight. Modern practitioners of this kind of journaling report similar benefits. By focusing on principles rather than events, by writing prescriptively rather than descriptively, by returning to core themes rather than always seeking novelty, they create a practice that actually changes how they think and respond rather than just recording what they think and feel. The key is understanding that writing can be a technology for character development, a way of programming better mental habits, a form of training that builds psychological muscle memory for handling whatever life might bring. The Stoics organized all of human excellence around four cardinal virtues: practical wisdom, phronios; courage, phronia; Andrea, justice, dikaiosine; and temperance, sophrosine. For Marcus, these weren't abstract ideals to admire from a distance. They were daily practices that shaped every decision, conversation, and response to circumstances. Practical wisdom meant seeing situations clearly, understanding what was actually happening rather than what you feared might be happening or wished was happening. Marcus practiced this by constantly questioning his initial impressions, seeking additional perspectives, and focusing on facts rather than interpretations. When Germanic tribes invaded the northern frontier, practical wisdom meant understanding the real causes, climate change and population pressure, rather than just reacting to the immediate threat. This deeper understanding led to more effective solutions, including diplomatic settlements that addressed root causes rather than just symptoms. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact, Marcus reminded himself. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Courage wasn't just physical bravery in battle. It was the willingness to do what was right, even when it was difficult, unpopular, or personally costly. Marcus demonstrated this courage constantly, from pardoning rebels when tradition demanded execution, to maintaining philosophical principles when political expediency suggested compromise. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Justice meant actively working for the common good, treating all people with fairness and respect, and using whatever power or influence you had to promote human flourishing rather than personal advantage. For Marcus, this wasn't just about legal decisions. It was about every interaction, every policy choice, every use of imperial authority. What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee. Temperance involved moderation in all things, self-control in responses to both pleasure and pain, and the wisdom to know when enough was enough. As emperor, Marcus had access to every luxury and indulgence imaginable, but he consistently chose simplicity and focused on what was essential. Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. The genius of focusing on these four virtues is that they provide clear guidance for any situation. When faced with a difficult decision, Marcus could ask, what would wisdom reveal about this situation? What would courage require of me? How can I act justly toward everyone involved? What does temperance suggest about my response? These questions don't always provide easy answers, but they consistently point toward choices that serve long-term flourishing rather than short-term convenience. They help distinguish between what feels good and what is good, between what's popular and what's right, between what's expedient and what's wise. Marcus applied this framework to everything from major military campaigns to minor administrative disputes. When the plague struck Rome, wisdom meant gathering the best medical knowledge available. Courage meant staying in the city to coordinate relief efforts. Justice meant ensuring resources reached those most in need, and temperance meant not panicking or overreacting to the crisis. The daily practice of the virtues also creates what psychologists today call moral muscle memory, automatic responses that align with your deepest values, even under pressure. By consistently choosing wisdom over impulse, courage over comfort, justice over advantage, and temperance over excess, Marcus trained himself to make good decisions even in chaotic circumstances. At the heart of the inner citadel lies what the Stoics called the ruling faculty, the hygiemonikon, the part of consciousness that chooses how to interpret events, what to believe, and how to respond. True freedom, according to Stoic philosophy, comes not from external circumstances, but from mastery over this ruling faculty. You have power over your mind, not outside events, Marcus wrote repeatedly, because he understood that this simple insight was the foundation of all other philosophical development. External events will always be unpredictable and largely beyond our control. Internal responses can be trained, disciplined, and directed according to wisdom rather than impulse. This understanding of freedom revolutionized how Marcus approached imperial leadership. Instead of seeing his role as an attempt to control external outcomes, military victories, senatorial approval, economic prosperity, he focused on controlling his own decisions, responses, and character development. This shift from external to internal focus actually made him more effective as a leader because it freed him from the anxiety and frustration that come from trying to control what can't be controlled. When barbarian tribes raided Roman settlements, Marcus couldn't control their decision to attack or guarantee that Roman forces would repel every assault. But he could control how thoroughly he prepared defensive strategies, how wisely he chose military commanders, how skillfully he negotiated diplomatic solutions, and how courageously he faced whatever outcomes emerged. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. The practice of ruling your ruling faculty requires constant vigilance and regular training. The mind naturally tends toward worry about the future, regret about the past, blame of external circumstances, and identification with temporary emotions. Training the ruling faculty means repeatedly returning attention to the present moment, to what can actually be influenced, to the choices currently available. Marcus developed specific techniques for maintaining this inner discipline. When he felt angry, instead of immediately expressing or suppressing the emotion, he would examine what judgment or expectation had created the anger. When he felt afraid, he would distinguish between imaginary future threats and actual present dangers. When he felt disappointed, he would investigate what attachment or desire had been frustrated. When you are disturbed by events, remember that it's not the events themselves, but your opinions about the events that cause your disturbance. This practice of metacognition, thinking about thinking, becomes a source of tremendous freedom. Instead of being at the mercy of whatever thoughts and emotions arise automatically, you can observe them, evaluate them, and choose how to respond to them. Instead of being controlled by external circumstances, you can maintain inner stability regardless of what's happening around you. The ruling faculty also governs how we interpret our own experiences and identity. Marcus understood that we are not our temporary emotions, our social roles, our successes and failures, or even our physical bodies. We are the consciousness that observes and chooses responses to all of these temporary phenomena. Remember that you are an actor in a play, which is as the author wants it to be. If short, then short. If long, then long. If he wants you to play a poor man, play even that role with skill. And similarly, if a cripple, or a public official, or a private citizen. This perspective provides tremendous resilience during difficult periods. When facing criticism, illness, loss, or failure, you can remember that these experiences don't define your essential nature. They're temporary conditions that provide opportunities to practice virtue and develop character. The freedom that comes from ruling your ruling faculty isn't the absence of constraints, but the ability to respond to constraints wisely. Marcus faced enormous external pressures throughout his reign: military threats, political opposition, economic crises, personal tragedies. But his inner freedom allowed him to meet these challenges with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, rather than panic, anger, or despair. Perhaps nowhere is the strength of the inner citadel more tested than in how we respond to setbacks, failures, and disappointments. Marcus Aurelius faced more than his share of these during his reign. Military defeats, the deaths of multiple children, devastating plagues, political rebellions, chronic illness, and the constant stress of governing an empire in crisis. His response to these challenges reveals the practical power of Stoic character development. Instead of self-pity, blame, or despair, Marcus consistently reframed setbacks as opportunities for growth, learning, and virtue development. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This wasn't denial or positive thinking. It was a sophisticated understanding of how character develops through challenge rather than comfort. Just as physical muscles grow stronger through resistance training, psychological virtues develop through facing difficulties with wisdom and courage rather than avoiding them or being crushed by them. When his trusted general, Avidius Cassius, declared himself emperor and sparked a rebellion, Marcus could have responded with rage, paranoia, or despair about human loyalty. Instead, he saw the situation as an opportunity to practice forgiveness, to demonstrate the kind of leadership that inspires genuine loyalty, and to show that strength sometimes means choosing mercy over revenge. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. This daily preparation for difficulty wasn't pessimistic. It was realistic training that helped him respond to challenging people and situations with patience and understanding rather than surprise and anger. By expecting setbacks, he could meet them with equanimity. By preparing for difficulties, he could respond more skillfully when they arose. The key to handling setbacks without self-pity lies in distinguishing between what happened and what it means. A military defeat is a fact. Soldiers were killed. Territory was lost, resources were expended. But the meaning of that defeat depends entirely on how you interpret and respond to it. It could mean that you're a failed leader who should despair. Or it could mean that you've learned valuable lessons about strategy, identified weaknesses in your forces, and gained experience that will improve future performance. Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight. Marcus consistently chose interpretations that supported learning and growth rather than self-condemnation and withdrawal. When his policies were criticized, he looked for valid points that could improve his governance rather than dismissing all criticism as unfair. When his children disappointed him, he examined his own parenting approaches rather than just blaming their choices on inherent character flaws. This approach requires tremendous emotional discipline and intellectual honesty. It's much easier to blame external circumstances, other people, or bad luck than to ask what you could have done differently and how you can improve in the future. But this disciplined self-examination is what transforms setbacks into stepping stones rather than roadblocks. But then you have to act, and act like your life, like your best. The practice also involves maintaining perspective about the temporary nature of all conditions, both favorable and difficult. Marcus regularly reminded himself that his current troubles, however intense, were just one small part of a much larger story that included countless other people facing similar challenges throughout history. Remember that in a little while, you and everyone you know will be dead, and soon after that, even your name will be forgotten. This might sound morbid, but Marcus found it liberating. If your current embarrassment, failure, or loss will be completely forgotten in a few generations anyway, why not focus on what you can learn from the experience rather than dwelling on how unfair it feels? If your suffering is temporary, but your character development is permanent, why not invest your energy in growth rather than self-pity? The Inner Citadel provides a framework for responding to setbacks that actually makes you stronger, rather than just helping you survive. Each difficulty becomes training for handling future difficulties. Each mistake becomes data for making better decisions. Each loss becomes an opportunity to practice the virtue of acceptance, while still working actively to improve circumstances where possible. Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break. It stands firm, and round it, the seething waters are laid to rest. The Inner Citadel isn't built through heroic gestures or dramatic transformations. It's constructed through countless small choices, daily practices, and consistent attention to character development. Marcus understood that virtue is a habit, not an event, and that the quality of our ordinary responses determines our capacity for extraordinary challenges. Every morning, he would prepare mentally for the day's likely challenges and remind himself of the principles that should guide his responses. Every interaction became an opportunity to practice patience, wisdom, justice, or courage. Every evening, he would review the day's performance and identify specific areas for improvement. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work. As a human being, what do I have to complain of if I'm going to do what I was born for, the things I was brought into the world to do? This daily construction of character requires seeing ordinary activities as training opportunities rather than just obligations to endure. A boring administrative meeting becomes a chance to practice attention and patience. A disagreement with an advisor becomes an opportunity to listen carefully and respond wisely. A personal disappointment becomes material for developing resilience and perspective. The key insight is that character is always being formed, whether we're paying attention or not. Every response to stress either builds wisdom or reinforces anxiety. Every interaction with difficult people either develops patience or deepens irritation. Every setback either strengthens resilience or increases fragility. Marcus chose to direct this constant character formation consciously and purposefully. Instead of allowing circumstances to shape his responses randomly, he used philosophical principles to guide his development toward wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Don't explain your philosophy, embody it. The inner citadel that results from this daily practice provides something invaluable, a stable foundation for living that doesn't depend on external circumstances. No matter what challenges arise, no matter what losses occur, no matter what criticism emerges, the citadel remains unbreached because it's built on principles rather than outcomes, character rather than circumstances, internal discipline rather than external control. This is the gift Marcus Aurelius offers us, not just inspiring thoughts about virtue and wisdom, but a practical blueprint for building the kind of character that can handle whatever life brings with grace, effectiveness, and inner peace. The external pressures we face may be different from those he encountered, but the internal work remains the same. Daily attention to character development, consistent practice of virtue, and the patient construction of an inner citadel that no external force can destroy. The inner citadel isn't just about becoming a better person. It's about becoming a more effective person, someone whose actions flow from wisdom rather than impulse, whose responses serve long-term flourishing rather than short-term convenience, whose character provides reliable guidance in any situation. That's the ultimate promise of this daily practice. Not perfection, but strength. Not the absence of challenges, but the capacity to meet them skillfully. Not control over external events, but mastery over internal responses. The emperor who built his inner citadel in a tent by the Danube, surrounded by the chaos of war and the pressures of absolute power, shows us that this construction is possible under any circumstances. All it requires is the willingness to do the daily work, the honesty to examine ourselves clearly, and the patience to build character, one choice at a time. Anger, anxiety, and pain. It's 169 AD, and Marcus Aurelius is having the worst day of his reign. A messenger has just delivered devastating news. His co-emperor and adoptive brother, Lucius Verus, is dead. The plague that has ravaged the eastern provinces has claimed the life of his closest political ally and personal friend. Meanwhile, Germanic tribes are massing along the northern frontier, sensing weakness in the wake of this loss. The Senate is demanding immediate action on multiple fronts. His own body aches with the chronic illness that's been slowly wearing him down for years. Any reasonable person would explode in rage, collapse in grief, or retreat into despair. But Marcus reaches for his writing materials and records something extraordinary. When you are distressed by an external thing, it's not the thing itself that troubles you, but only your judgment on it, and you can wipe this out at a moment's notice. In the space between devastating news and his response to it, Marcus demonstrates something that seems almost supernatural: the ability to transform destructive emotions into constructive wisdom. This is emotional alchemy in action. the Stoic practice of working with anger, anxiety, and pain so skillfully that they become sources of strength rather than weakness, clarity rather than confusion, connection rather than isolation. Today we're going to explore how this transformation actually works. How do you slow down the lightning-fast process that turns a spark of irritation into a wildfire of rage? How do you distinguish between compassion and indulgence when dealing with human weakness? How do you separate physical sensation from the psychological stories that multiply suffering? How do you recover from setbacks without being crushed by them? These aren't just philosophical questions. They're practical challenges that determine the quality of our daily lives and our effectiveness in serving others. Marcus faced them all while carrying the weight of an empire. His approach offers us a tested methodology for transforming our own emotional storms into opportunities for growth and wisdom. Anger happens fast. One moment you're calm and rational, the next you're flooded with rage, saying things you'll regret, making decisions from the worst possible mental state. Most people think anger is just something that happens to them, getting automatic response to external provocation that they can't control. Marcus Aurelius discovered something different. Through careful observation of his own mind, he learned to slow down the process of anger formation, to catch it in the early stages before it became overwhelming, and to transform the energy of irritation into the clarity of understanding. How much trouble he avoids who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does, Marcus wrote to himself after a particularly frustrating encounter with a senator who had opposed his policies, but only to what he does himself. The anatomy of anger, as Marcus understood it, begins with an impression. Something happens that contradicts our expectations or threatens our interests. A senator criticizes your policy. A subordinate makes a costly mistake. A friend breaks a promise. The initial impression is neutral. These are just facts about what occurred. But then comes the crucial moment, what the Stoics called assent. This is when we accept the interpretation that turns neutral facts into personal affronts. He criticized my policy becomes, he has disrespected me and attacked my competence. She made a mistake becomes, she has sabotaged my project and doesn't care about quality. He broke his promise becomes, he has betrayed my trust and proven himself unreliable. Marcus trained himself to pause in that gap between impression and assent, to examine the interpretation before accepting it, to consider alternative explanations that might be more accurate and definitely more constructive. Whenever you want to cheer yourself, he reminded himself, consider the good qualities of your companions. When that senator criticized his policies, Marcus could have assented to the interpretation, this man is attacking me personally and trying to undermine my authority. Instead, he paused to consider, this man disagrees with my approach and might have information that could help me make better decisions. His opposition could strengthen the final policy by forcing me to address weaknesses I hadn't considered. The key insight is that anger almost always involves adding interpretations to facts. Someone cuts you off in traffic. That's a fact. But this inconsiderate person has deliberately disrespected me is an interpretation. Someone disagrees with your proposal. That's a fact. But this person is trying to humiliate me is an interpretation. Marcus became masterful at separating facts from interpretations, and in that separation he found freedom. When you are offended by someone's shameless behavior, he wrote, immediately ask yourself, is it possible for there to be no shameless people in the world? It is not. So don't ask for the impossible. This approach doesn't eliminate all emotional response. Marcus still felt frustrated, disappointed, and irritated by difficult people and challenging circumstances. But he learned to feel these emotions without being controlled by them, to use them as information about the situation rather than letting them drive his responses. The practice of slowing down anger requires developing what modern psychologists call emotional granularity, the ability to distinguish between different types and intensities of negative emotions. Instead of just feeling angry, Marcus would identify whether he was experiencing disappointment frustration, concern, or genuine moral outrage. Each emotion pointed toward different information and required different responses. When Germanic tribes violated treaties and raided Roman settlements, Marcus felt what he identified as righteous anger, a moral response to injustice that required decisive action. But when senators questioned his military strategies, he identified his emotion as wounded pride, which required self-examination rather than retaliation. "The best revenge," he wrote, "is not to be like your enemy." One of the most sophisticated aspects of Marcus's emotional alchemy was his approach to other people's mistakes, weaknesses, and moral failures. He managed to maintain both high standards and deep compassion, expecting excellence while accepting fallibility, holding people accountable while treating them with understanding. This balance is one of the most challenging aspects of leadership and human relationships. How do you avoid becoming cynical about human nature while still dealing realistically with human limitations? How do you maintain empathy for people who repeatedly make poor choices without enabling those choices? How do you correct mistakes without crushing the people who make them? Marcus found his answer in what he called morning preparation, a daily practice of reminding himself that he would encounter difficult people and preparing mentally to respond with wisdom rather than reactivity. "When you wake up in the morning," he wrote to himself, "tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own." And this daily reminder served multiple purposes. First, it set realistic expectations that helped him avoid the anger that comes from assuming people should be better than they typically are. Second, it activated his compassion by reminding him that difficult people are usually acting from ignorance rather than malice. Third, it connected him to his own fallibility, that he too made mistakes, had bad days, and sometimes failed to live up to his own standards. The key distinction Marcus made was between compassion and indulgence. Compassion meant understanding why people behaved badly and responding to them with kindness and patience. Indulgence meant accepting bad behavior without consequences or allowing people to avoid responsibility for their choices. When his own son, Commodus, began showing signs of the cruelty and self-indulgence that would later make him one of Rome's worst emperors, Marcus felt deep compassion for a young man struggling with the corrupting influence of absolute power. But compassion didn't mean ignoring the behavior or failing to provide correction and guidance. It meant understanding the sources of the problem while still working actively to address it. "We were born to work together," Marcus reminded himself. "To thwart one another contradicts the law of nature." This perspective helped him maintain relationships with difficult people without becoming cynical or withdrawn. The senator who consistently opposed his policies wasn't an enemy to be defeated, but a fellow human being who saw the world differently and might have valuable insights to offer. The general who made tactical mistakes wasn't incompetent, but someone who needed additional training and support. Marcus also applied this compassionate realism to himself. When he made mistakes, and he made many during his reign, he examined them carefully without descending into self-condemnation or self-pity. Mistakes were information about areas needing improvement, not evidence of fundamental inadequacy. "Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break," he wrote. "It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest." The practice of expecting human fallibility while maintaining high standards requires a kind of emotional sophistication that most people never develop. It means caring enough about people to hold them accountable while loving them enough to forgive their failures. It means maintaining optimism about human potential while accepting realism about human limitations. Marcus discovered that this approach actually made him more effective as a leader. When people felt understood rather than judged, they were more likely to be honest about their mistakes and more willing to accept guidance for improvement. When consequences were delivered with compassion rather than anger, they were more likely to produce learning rather than resentment. The emotional alchemy here transforms anger and frustration into understanding and patience, which then transforms relationships from sources of stress into opportunities for mutual growth and support. Throughout his adult life, Marcus Aurelius suffered from chronic illness, likely stomach problems that caused ongoing pain, fatigue, and periodic acute episodes that left him bedridden for days. As emperor, he couldn't afford to let physical discomfort interfere with his responsibilities. But more importantly, as a philosopher, he was determined not to let bodily suffering destroy his peace of mind. His approach to physical pain demonstrates emotional alchemy at its most practical level. Instead of fighting against uncomfortable sensations or being overwhelmed by them, Marcus learned to work with them skillfully, separating the raw physical experience from the psychological stories that multiply suffering. Pain is neither unbearable nor unending, he wrote to himself during one particularly difficult period, unless you add to it with your imagination. The key insight is that pain has two components: the actual physical sensation and our mental and emotional response to that sensation. A headache is a neurological event that signals firing in particular patterns. But this headache is ruining my day and proves that I'm getting sick and won't be able to handle my responsibilities is a story we add to the neurological event. Marcus trained himself to observe physical discomfort with the same detached curiosity he brought to examining his thoughts and emotions. Instead of resisting pain or catastrophizing about it, he would note it precisely. There is pressure in my temples. There is tightness in my stomach. There is fatigue in my limbs. This practice of precise observation without emotional elaboration had several benefits. First, it reduced the total amount of suffering by eliminating the psychological amplification that usually accompanies physical discomfort. Second, it allowed him to make better decisions about how to respond to when to rest, when to push through, when to seek medical treatment. Third, it maintained his effectiveness during periods when pain was unavoidable. The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it. During military campaigns along the Danube frontier, Marcus often had to function effectively despite significant physical discomfort. The choice wasn't between pain and no pain. The choice was between pain with psychological resistance and storytelling, or pain with acceptance and clear thinking. When experiencing fatigue during long strategy sessions, instead of thinking, "I'm too tired to make good decisions and this meeting is pointless," he would observe, "There is tiredness in my body. My attention is less sharp than usual. I need to compensate by listening more carefully and asking more questions." This approach didn't make the fatigue disappear, but it prevented the fatigue from creating additional mental fog, irritability, or poor judgment. By accepting the physical reality without resistance, he could work with his actual capabilities rather than being frustrated by the gap between his ideal energy and his current condition. Marcus also distinguished between different types of physical experience and their appropriate responses. Acute pain that indicated injury required immediate attention and treatment. Chronic discomfort that was part of his ongoing condition required acceptance and adaptation. Temporary fatigue from overwork required rest and recovery. Ask yourself at every moment, he wrote, is this essential? Because most of what we say and do is not essential. Physical limitations forced him to prioritize more carefully, to focus on what was truly important rather than trying to maintain perfect performance in every area. Instead of seeing illness as a failure or obstacle, he learned to see it as information about how to use his energy more wisely. The emotional alchemy here transforms the natural resistance and frustration that accompany physical discomfort into acceptance and practical wisdom. Instead of being disabled by pain, Marcus learned to be informed by it. Instead of being defeated by limitation, he learned to be focused by it. Perhaps the most practical aspect of Marcus's emotional alchemy was his approach to recovery from setbacks, failures, and overwhelming circumstances. When facing challenges that seemed impossible to resolve quickly, he developed what we might call the one-day, one-task framework, a systematic approach to rebuilding momentum and effectiveness without being crushed by the magnitude of problems. This framework emerged from his understanding that most emotional overwhelm comes from trying to solve everything at once, from focusing on the total scope of challenges rather than the specific steps that could be taken immediately. When facing the plague, barbarian invasions, political opposition, and personal illness simultaneously, Marcus couldn't afford to be paralyzed by the complexity of his situation. "Confine yourself to the present," he wrote repeatedly, forcing his attention away from the total scope of imperial challenges to the specific decisions he could make today, the particular tasks he could complete now, the immediate responses that were within his power. The first element of this framework is radical acceptance of current reality. Instead of wasting energy wishing circumstances were different or lamenting how overwhelming things had become, Marcus would start each day by clearly acknowledging what was actually happening, without judgment or resistance. Accept the things to which fate binds you and love the people with whom fate associates you. The second element is intelligent prioritization based on impact and feasibility. With limited energy and countless demands, Marcus learned to identify which tasks would produce the most significant positive results and which ones he was actually capable of completing given his current resources. When the plague was devastating Roman cities, he couldn't cure the disease or restore all the lives that had been lost, but he could coordinate relief efforts for one city at a time, ensure food distribution to one region at a time, and maintain public order in one area at a time. The third element is daily progress tracking without perfectionism. Marcus would end each day by acknowledging what had been accomplished, however small, and identifying the next specific step that could be taken tomorrow. This created momentum and hope without requiring dramatic breakthroughs or complete solutions. "Be like a soldier storming a wall," he wrote. "If you fall, you get back up. If you're wounded, you keep fighting." The framework also included provisions for rest and recovery. Marcus understood that sustainable effectiveness required periods of restoration, that pushing through exhaustion ultimately made problems worse rather than better. But rest was strategic rather than escapist, designed to restore capacity for continued effort rather than to avoid difficult realities. Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. During his final military campaign along the Danube, when his body was failing and the military situation seemed hopeless, Marcus applied this framework religiously. Each day, he would focus on specific, achievable objectives, reviewing intelligence reports, meeting with key commanders, making necessary decisions about troop movements. He couldn't win the entire war in a day, but he could contribute to the war effort one task at a time. The emotional alchemy here transforms the overwhelming anxiety that comes from seeing problems as impossible into the focused energy that comes from seeing problems as a series of manageable steps. Instead of being crushed by the total weight of responsibility, Marcus learned to carry it one day at a time. This approach proves especially valuable during periods of grief, illness, or major life transitions when normal coping mechanisms aren't sufficient. By reducing expectations to what's actually achievable today, by focusing on progress rather than perfection, by acknowledging small wins while working toward larger goals, the framework provides a path forward when everything else feels impossible. The transformation of destructive emotions into constructive energy doesn't happen automatically. It requires consistent practice, careful attention, and ongoing refinement. Marcus treated emotional alchemy like any other skill that needed regular development, understanding that mental habits require reinforcement to remain strong under pressure. Every morning, he would prepare himself mentally for the emotional challenges he was likely to face, reminding himself of the principles and practices that would help him respond wisely rather than reactively. Every evening, he would review the day's emotional responses, examining moments when he had handled difficulties skillfully and moments when he had fallen short of his own standards. "Don't explain your philosophy," he wrote to himself. "Embody it." The daily practice begins with developing emotional awareness, the ability to notice what you're feeling as you're feeling it, before emotions become overwhelming or automatic. Marcus would regularly check in with himself throughout the day, asking, "What am I feeling right now? What triggered this emotion? How can I respond in a way that serves the common good?" This kind of emotional monitoring becomes especially important during high-stress periods, when the tendency is to react automatically rather than respond thoughtfully. By catching emotions early, Marcus could use them as information about the situation rather than being controlled by them. The practice also requires building a repertoire of specific techniques for different types of emotional challenges. For anger, Marcus used the pause and reframe approach, separating facts from interpretations. For anxiety, he used present moment awareness, focusing on what could actually be done right now. For sadness, he used the perspective practices, remembering the temporary nature of all conditions. Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight. Perhaps most importantly, the daily practice includes self-compassion during the inevitable moments when emotional alchemy fails, when you respond poorly despite your best intentions, when old patterns reassert themselves under pressure. Marcus understood that character development is a long-term project that includes setbacks and mistakes along the way. Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break. It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest. The promise of emotional alchemy isn't perfection but transformation, the gradual development of the capacity to work with whatever emotions arise in ways that serve wisdom, compassion, and effectiveness rather than being overwhelmed by them. Marcus Aurelius, writing by lamplight in a military tent while facing the collapse of everything he had worked to build, demonstrates that this transformation is possible under even the most challenging circumstances. The techniques he developed in that tent, slowing down anger, expecting human fallibility, separating sensation from story, focusing on one day and one task at a time, remain as relevant today as they were on the Roman frontier. The external triggers for our emotions may be different, but the internal process of transformation remains the same: careful attention, consistent practice, and the patient work of developing emotional wisdom, one response at a time. Emotional alchemy isn't about eliminating difficult emotions, but about learning to work with them so skillfully that they become allies rather than enemies, sources of information rather than sources of suffering, opportunities for growth rather than obstacles to effectiveness. That's the gift Marcus offers us, not the impossible promise of a life without emotional challenges, but the tested possibility of a life where those challenges become catalysts for wisdom, compassion, and strength. Power, leadership, and the weight of the purple. It's the middle of the night in 161 AD, and Marcus Aurelius cannot sleep. Just hours ago, he received the imperial purple, the ceremonial cloak that marks him as the most powerful person in the known world. He now commands the largest army ever assembled, controls the fate of 60 million people, and rules an empire that stretches from the Scottish Highlands to the Sahara Desert. But instead of celebrating this ultimate achievement, Marcus sits alone in his study, writing by candlelight. Remember that you are mortal. Remember that you will die. Remember that absolute power is an illusion. The only thing you truly control is your own character and choices. This is a man who understands something that most people in positions of authority never grasp. Power is not a privilege to be enjoyed, but a burden to be carried. Not an opportunity for self-aggrandizement, but a responsibility for service. Not a chance to impose your will, but an obligation to seek wisdom beyond your own limitations. Today we're going inside the mind of someone who wielded ultimate authority while maintaining extraordinary humility, who made life and death decisions affecting millions while never forgetting his own mortality, who faced the loneliness and complexity of leadership while staying connected to his deepest principles. Marcus Aurelius shows us what it looks like when power is exercised with wisdom rather than ego, when leadership is grounded in service rather than self-interest, and when authority is tempered by the recognition that all human power is temporary and fragile. His approach offers a masterclass in how to handle responsibility without being corrupted by it, how to make decisions under extreme uncertainty without losing your moral compass, and how to use influence for the common good rather than personal advantage. The purple cloak was heavy, with more than just ceremonial weight. It carried the accumulated expectations, fears, and hopes of an entire civilization. How Marcus bore that weight, and what it cost him, reveals everything about the relationship between power and character. Every morning as emperor, Marcus Aurelius woke up knowing that the decisions he made that day could save or doom cities, preserve or destroy families, maintain or shatter the peace that had protected millions of people for generations. Yet most of these decisions had to be made with incomplete information, conflicting advice, and no guarantee that any choice would produce the intended results. This is the fundamental challenge of leadership. You must decide and act even when you cannot be certain of the consequences. Lesser leaders become paralyzed by this uncertainty, or they overcompensate by pretending to have more knowledge than they actually possess. Marcus developed a different approach, a systematic method for making wise decisions even in the fog of uncertainty. His decision-making process rested on three pillars: counsel, precedent, and principle. Each pillar provided a different type of guidance, and together they created a framework that could function even when perfect information was unavailable. Counsel meant actively seeking diverse perspectives before making important decisions. Marcus understood that his position as emperor created natural barriers to honest feedback, but people told him what they thought he wanted to hear or what they hoped would advance their own interests. To counteract this, he deliberately cultivated advisors who would challenge his thinking and expose him to viewpoints he might not otherwise encounter. The best way to avenge yourself, he wrote, is not to become like your enemy. But he also understood that the best way to avoid becoming a tyrant was to surround himself with people who would resist tyrannical impulses, even when those impulses seemed justified by circumstances. When Germanic tribes began pressing against the northern frontier in unprecedented numbers, Marcus could have responded immediately with massive military force, with the traditional Roman solution to barbarian problems. Instead, he convened councils that included not only generals and senators, but also provincial governors who understood local conditions, merchants who knew the economic implications of warfare, and even captured tribal leaders who could explain the pressures driving the migrations. The information he gathered through this inclusive process revealed that the tribes weren't simply seeking plunder, but were fleeing climate change and population pressure in their traditional territories. This insight led to diplomatic solutions that addressed root causes rather than just symptoms, allowing some tribes to settle within the empire in exchange for military service, creating buffer zones that protected Roman interests while providing the migrants with new homes. Precedent provided Marcus with the accumulated wisdom of previous leaders who had faced similar challenges. Roman law and tradition offered detailed guidance about how earlier emperors had handled military threats, economic crises, natural disasters, and political disputes. But Marcus used precedent as a starting point for thinking, not as a substitute for it. Very little is needed to make a happy life, he reminded himself. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. When his trusted general Avidius Cassius declared himself emperor and sparked a rebellion in the eastern provinces, precedent was clear. Rebels and their supporters should be executed as traitors, their property confiscated, their families disgraced. Every previous emperor had followed this pattern, and Roman law explicitly required it. But Marcus asked whether precedent served justice in this particular case. Cassius had acted based on false reports that Marcus was dead. Had he committed treason, or had he tried to save the empire from chaos? The supporters who had joined the rebellion, Were they traitors or loyal citizens who had been deceived about the facts? Mass executions might satisfy legal precedent, but would they serve the common good? The principle provided the deepest level of guidance, the philosophical commitments that remained constant regardless of changing circumstances. For Marcus, these principles came from Stoic philosophy: the pursuit of wisdom, the practice of justice, the demonstration of courage, and the maintenance of temperance. When counsel and precedent offered conflicting guidance, principle provided the tie-breaking insight. "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee," he wrote, capturing the Stoic insight that individual and community welfare are ultimately inseparable. In the case of Cassius's rebellion, principle suggested that mercy would serve the empire better than vengeance. By pardoning the rebels and treating them with magnanimity, Marcus could demonstrate the kind of leadership that inspired genuine loyalty rather than mere obedience. By addressing the concerns that had made the rebellion possible in the first place, he could prevent future uprisings more effectively than executions ever could. The integration of counsel, precedent, and principle created a decision-making process that was both systematic and flexible, both grounded in wisdom and responsive to new circumstances. Marcus understood that good decisions aren't guaranteed to produce good outcomes. 2. Many factors lie beyond any leader's control, but that following a sound process consistently will produce better results over time than relying on impulse, politics, or wishful thinking. The greatest danger of absolute power isn't external opposition, it's internal corruption. When everyone around you treats your smallest preference as a divine command, when your casual opinions become imperial policy, when your momentary irritation can result in someone's death, it becomes almost impossible to maintain perspective about your own limitations and fallibility. Marcus Aurelius understood this danger viscerally and developed specific practices to counter it. He knew that humility wasn't just a moral virtue, but a practical necessity, that leaders who lose touch with their own mortality and limitations make progressively worse decisions until they destroy themselves and everyone who depends on them. "You came from nothing and will return to nothing," he wrote to himself regularly. "What have you lost?" This wasn't morbid self-deprecation, but realistic preparation for wise leadership. By remembering his mortality daily, Marcus could maintain perspective about the temporary nature of his authority and avoid the illusion that his power made him fundamentally different from other human beings. His humility practices took several specific forms. Each morning, he would spend time reflecting on his own ignorance and limitations, reminding himself of how much he didn't know and how many mistakes he was likely to make. This mental preparation helped him approach each day's decisions with appropriate caution and openness to correction. "Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break," he wrote. "It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest." Before important meetings, he would remind himself that the other people in the room, however much lower their social status, might possess crucial information or insights that he lacked. This mental discipline helped him listen more carefully and avoid the trap of thinking that his position made his opinions automatically superior to those of subordinates. After making significant decisions, he would examine them critically, looking for signs that ego, impatience, or wishful thinking might have influenced his judgment. This practice of systematic self-doubt helped him learn from mistakes more quickly and avoid repeating them. Marcus also cultivated relationships with people who could challenge him directly without fear of retaliation. His philosophy teachers, his closest friends, even his wife Faustina, all were encouraged to point out when they thought he was being unreasonable, unfair, or unwise. This network of honest feedback provided a crucial corrective to the natural tendency of power to insulate itself from criticism. "When you wake up in the morning," he reminded himself, "tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly." This daily reminder served multiple purposes. It prepared him to respond patiently to difficult people rather than being surprised and angered by their behavior. It acknowledged his own fallibility, that if he expected others to be imperfect, he could hardly assume that he himself was exempt from human limitations. And it connected him to the fundamental equality that exists beneath surface differences in status and authority. Perhaps most importantly, Marcus practiced what we might call cosmic perspective, regularly imagining his reign and his empire from the viewpoint of vast time and space. From the perspective of centuries or millennia, the Roman Empire was just one political arrangement among many. From the perspective of the universe, the Earth itself was just a tiny speck in infinite space. "Remember that in a little while you and everyone you know will be dead," he wrote, "and soon after that even your name will be forgotten." This practice of cosmic perspective wasn't meant to make him indifferent to his responsibilities, but to help him hold those responsibilities lightly, to do his best without being attached to outcomes, to serve the common good without being corrupted by the temporary authority that made such service possible. The cumulative effect of these humility practices was to create what we might call powerful modesty, the ability to exercise authority decisively while remaining open to correction, to lead confidently while acknowledging uncertainty, to accept responsibility while recognizing the limits of personal control. One of the most challenging aspects of wielding power is balancing immediate pressures with long-term consequences. Short-term justice with enduring peace, the demands of various constituencies with the needs of the broader community. Marcus Aurelius faced these tensions constantly, and his approach reveals sophisticated thinking about how fairness and mercy can be more effective than harsh punishment in creating the kind of society where human beings can flourish. His commitment to fairness wasn't based on abstract principles of equality, but on practical recognition that perceived injustice creates instability, resentment, and ultimately resistance that undermines effective governance. When people believe they are being treated unfairly, they withdraw their cooperation, seek ways to circumvent authority, and eventually rebel against the system entirely. "Justice is the crowning glory of the virtues," Marcus wrote. "Without it, all other accomplishments become mere personal achievements that serve no larger purpose." This understanding of justice as practical wisdom rather than just moral ideal shaped how Marcus approached everything from individual legal cases to broad policy decisions. When provincial governors sent him expensive gifts, a traditional way of currying favor with the emperor, he typically redirected them toward public works projects or military needs rather than keeping them personally. This practice signaled that imperial authority existed to serve public welfare rather than private enrichment. When senators opposed his policies, he consistently chose engagement over retaliation, seeking to understand their concerns and address legitimate objections, rather than simply overruling them through imperial decree. This approach was often slower and more frustrating than autocratic decision-making, but it produced better policies and stronger support for their implementation. Marcus's approach to clemency was equally sophisticated. He understood that mercy could be more effective than punishment in changing behavior and building loyalty. But he also recognized that indiscriminate forgiveness could enable bad behavior and create perverse incentives. "The best revenge," he wrote, "is not to be like your enemy." When Avidius Cassius's rebellion collapsed and the general was assassinated by his own officers, Marcus had to decide what to do with the thousands of soldiers, administrators, and civilians who had supported the uprising. Traditional Roman justice demanded mass executions, but rebellion was treason, and treason was punishable by death. But Marcus considered the long-term consequences. The rebels had acted based on false information that he was dead. Many had joined the rebellion reluctantly, more from fear than from genuine disloyalty. Mass executions would create martyrs, deepen regional resentments, and potentially inspire future uprisings motivated by fear of imperial vengeance. Instead, he declared a general amnesty, pardoning everyone involved in the rebellion, and even providing financial support for Cassius's family. This decision was deeply unpopular with many Romans who expected traditional justice, but it served Marcus's deeper goal of creating lasting stability rather than temporary satisfaction. The long view also shaped how Marcus approached economic policy. military strategy, and administrative reform. Instead of maximizing short-term benefits for Rome at the expense of provincial populations, he invested in infrastructure, education, and local governance that would strengthen the empire over decades rather than just years. "We were born to work together," he reminded himself. "To thwart one another contradicts the law of nature." When Egyptian harvests failed due to flooding, Marcus could have prioritized Roman grain supplies and let the provincials face famine. Instead, he redirected grain shipments from other regions to prevent starvation, understanding that imperial stability depended on the welfare of all imperial subjects, not just those in the capital. This long-term thinking required considerable personal discipline and political courage. Short-term solutions were usually more popular, easier to implement, and provided more immediate gratification. But Marcus consistently chose policies that would serve future generations, even when they created present difficulties. Marcus Aurelius faced three defining challenges during his reign that tested every aspect of his approach to power and leadership: the devastating plague that swept through the empire, the constant pressure from Germanic tribes along the northern frontier, and the complex question of imperial succession. Each crisis reveals different aspects of how he balanced principle with pragmatism, idealism with realism, personal desires with public responsibility. 165 AD, Roman legions returning from campaigns in the east brought with them something more deadly than any barbarian army: a plague that would eventually kill millions across the empire. Modern historians believe it was likely smallpox, but whatever the specific disease, its impact was catastrophic. Entire cities were depopulated, trade routes collapsed, agricultural production plummeted. The imperial treasury was drained by the cost of relief efforts. Marcus could have fled to the countryside like many wealthy Romans, maintaining his safety while delegating crisis management to subordinates. Instead, he remained in the capital, personally coordinating relief efforts and using his presence to maintain public morale during the darkest period in recent Roman history. His approach to the plague crisis revealed several key aspects of his leadership philosophy. First, he prioritized transparency and honest communication over false reassurance. Instead of minimizing the scope of the disaster or promising quick solutions, he acknowledged the severity of the situation while outlining specific steps being taken to address it. "Accept the things to which fate binds you," he wrote during this period, "and love the people with whom fate associates you." Second, he maintained focus on what could be controlled, rather than being overwhelmed by what couldn't be controlled. The empire couldn't cure the disease or restore the lives that had been lost, but it could organize food distribution, maintain public order, and provide medical care to those who could be helped. Third, he used the crisis as an opportunity to strengthen imperial institutions rather than centralizing all authority in his own hands. Local officials were given broad discretionary power to respond to conditions in their regions. Provincial governors were encouraged to adapt imperial policies to local needs. Military commanders were authorized to redirect resources towards civilian relief when circumstances required it. The plague tested not only Marcus's practical leadership skills, but also his philosophical commitments. When people demanded to know why the gods had allowed such suffering, he could have provided easy answers or scapegoated minority communities. Instead, he used his own stoic understanding of fate and providence to help people find meaning within suffering rather than trying to escape from it. "Loss is nothing else but change," he wrote, "and change is nature's delight." The Germanic pressure along Rome's northern frontier represented a different type of challenge, not a temporary crisis like the plague, but an ongoing strategic problem that required sustained attention and creative solutions. Traditional Roman policy had been to maintain clear boundaries between civilization and barbarism, using military force to push troublesome tribes back beyond the Rhine and Danube rivers. But Marcus recognized that this approach was becoming unsustainable. Climate change and population growth were creating massive migrations that couldn't be stopped by military force alone. The tribes weren't just seeking plunder. They were looking for new homes, and they would keep pressing against Roman defenses until they found them. Marcus spent much of his later reign on the frontier, not just as a military commander but as a diplomat seeking long-term solutions to what had traditionally been seen as purely military problems. His willingness to negotiate with tribal leaders, to understand their motivations and constraints, and to find mutually beneficial arrangements represented a revolutionary approach to frontier management. "When you are offended by someone's shameless behavior," he wrote, "immediately ask yourself, is it possible for there to be no shameless people in the world? It is not. So don't ask for the impossible." Some of these negotiations led to innovative agreements that allowed tribal groups to settle within the empire in exchange for military service. Former enemies became Roman auxiliaries. Barbarian warriors became defenders of Roman cities. This approach wasn't just militarily effective, but it began the process of cultural integration that would eventually transform the Roman Empire into a truly cosmopolitan civilization. The frontier years also tested Marcus's personal resilience. The constant travel, the primitive living conditions, the stress of military command, the separation from family, all of this took a toll on his health and spirits. His private writings from this period reveal someone struggling to maintain equanimity while carrying enormous responsibilities under difficult circumstances. "You have power over your mind, not outside events," he reminded himself repeatedly during these campaigns. "Realize this, and you will find strength." Perhaps the most painful test of Marcus's leadership principles came in his final years, as he grappled with the question of imperial succession. The adoptive system that had brought him to power had worked brilliantly for nearly a century, choosing emperors based on merit rather than bloodline. But Marcus faced a dilemma that previous emperors had avoided. He had a biological son who was still alive when succession planning became necessary. Commodus was everything Marcus had tried not to be: cruel, self-indulgent, more interested in personal pleasure than public service. But he was also Marcus's son, and the political pressures to maintain dynastic succession were enormous. Passing over Commodus in favor of an adopted heir might trigger civil war. Elevating him to power might doom the empire to misrule. Marcus chose family over philosophy, biological succession over adoptive merit. It was arguably the worst decision of his reign, and he seems to have recognized it as such. His private writings from his final years reveal someone struggling with the gap between his ideals and his choices, between his understanding of what the empire needed and his inability to provide it. "Remember that you are an actor in a play," he wrote to himself, "which is as the author wants it to be. If short, then short. If long, then long. If he wants you to play a poor man, play even that role with skill. And similarly, if a cripple, or a public official, or a private citizen." The succession decision reveals the ultimate limitation of individual leadership, no matter how wise or well-intentioned. Marcus could control his own choices and responses, but he couldn't control outcomes that depended on factors beyond any individual's influence. He could prepare his son for power, but he couldn't transform his character. He could establish institutions and precedents, but he couldn't guarantee they would survive his absence. This failure, if we can call it that, humanizes Marcus and makes his philosophical approach more, rather than less, relevant. He wasn't a perfect leader who solved every problem and made every right choice. He was a thoughtful person who tried to exercise power wisely while acknowledging the limits of what any individual could accomplish, even with unlimited authority. The weight of the purple cloak that Marcus Aurelius wore for nearly 20 years included everything we've explored: the complexity of decision-making under uncertainty, the constant battle against the corrupting influence of power, the challenge of balancing competing demands and constituencies, the loneliness of ultimate responsibility for outcomes beyond any individual's complete control. But the purple also offered something precious: the opportunity to serve the common good on the largest possible scale, to translate philosophical principles into practical policies that affected millions of lives, to demonstrate that power could be exercised with wisdom and humility rather than ego and self-interest. "What brings no benefit to the hive," Marcus wrote, "brings none to the bee." His approach to leadership offers enduring lessons for anyone who exercises authority over others, whether in families, organizations, communities, or nations. The specific challenges may change, but the fundamental tensions remain the same. How to make good decisions with incomplete information, how to maintain perspective and humility while wielding influence, how to balance immediate pressures with long-term consequences, how to serve others effectively while preserving your own integrity and effectiveness. Marcus Aurelius shows us that these challenges can be met successfully, not through perfection, but through consistent application of principle, not through certainty, but through wisdom in uncertainty, not through control over outcomes, but through disciplined attention to choices and responses. The emperor, who wrote by lamplight in a military tent, carrying the weight of civilization on his shoulders while never forgetting his own mortality, offers us a model of leadership that remains as relevant today as it was on the Roman frontier. Power may be temporary, but the character that guides its use can create lasting benefits for everyone it touches. The weight of the purple isn't just a burden to be endured, it's an opportunity to contribute something meaningful to the human story, to use whatever authority we have in service of wisdom, justice, and the common good. That's the gift Marcus gives us, not just inspiration about what leadership can be, but practical guidance about how to make it real. Nature, time, and the whole. It's a clear night in 178 AD along the Danube frontier. Marcus Aurelius steps outside his command tent and looks up at the star-filled sky stretching endlessly above the Roman camp. Around him, soldiers sleep in their quarters, trusting their emperor to keep them safe. Behind him lie reports of plague casualties, military setbacks, and political tensions that would overwhelm most leaders. But Marcus finds peace in this vast darkness punctured by distant light. He sees something his soldiers cannot, a living universe where every star, every planet, every human being, and every barbarian warrior is part of one interconnected whole, governed by the same rational principles that guide the movement of celestial bodies and the beating of human hearts. "Constantly regard the universe as one living being," he writes in his journal that night, "connected throughout. All things are mutually woven together, and the bond is sacred. There is hardly anything unconnected with any other thing." This isn't poetic metaphor for Marcus. It's the fundamental reality that shapes how he understands everything from military strategy to personal ethics, from imperial policy to his own mortality. The Stoic emperor operates from a sophisticated metaphysical framework that sees the universe as rational, purposeful, and profoundly interconnected, where human choices matter precisely because they participate in cosmic order rather than standing apart from it. Today we're going to explore the worldview that sustained Marcus through the ultimate challenges of power and responsibility. We'll examine how Stoic metaphysics reconciles fate with free will, how it understands the relationship between individual significance and cosmic vastness, and how it finds meaning within suffering without denying suffering's reality. Understanding Marcus's metaphysical assumptions helps us see why he could face devastating plagues and barbarian invasions with equanimity, why he could exercise absolute power without being corrupted by it, and why he could maintain hope and purpose even while acknowledging the ultimate futility of all human endeavors. The cosmos he lived inside was both humbling and empowering, both deterministic and freedom-preserving, both indifferent to human concerns and intimately supportive of human flourishing. One of the most profound and initially confusing aspects of Stoic philosophy is how it combines belief in fate with insistence on moral responsibility. If everything that happens is predetermined by divine providence, how can human choices matter? If the outcome of every decision is already fixed, why bother trying to live virtuously? Marcus Aurelius wrestled with these questions throughout his reign, not as abstract philosophical puzzles, but as practical concerns that affected how he approached every decision. His solution, drawn from centuries of Stoic thinking, was the concept of co-fated actions. The idea that our choices are real and meaningful precisely because they are part of the cosmic order, not despite it. You have power over your mind, not outside events, Marcus wrote repeatedly. Realize this, and you will find strength. The key insight is that fate and freedom operate at different levels of reality. From the cosmic perspective, everything that happens is part of a rational pattern that governs the universe. The logos, or divine reason, that ensures all events serve the greater good, even when they appear random or destructive from limited human viewpoints. But from the human perspective, our choices are genuinely free because we don't know what fate has in store, and we can only discover our role in the cosmic plan by choosing wisely in each moment. The barbarian invasions that Marcus faced were fated, in the sense that they emerged from countless prior causes: climate change, population pressure, previous Roman policies, tribal dynamics, that made them inevitable once set in motion. But his response to those invasions was free because he could choose wisdom or folly, courage or cowardice, justice or revenge. Accept the things to which fate binds you, Marcus reminded himself, and love the people with whom fate associates you. This wasn't passive resignation, but active collaboration with the cosmic order. By choosing virtue consistently, Marcus aligned his will with the rational principles that govern the universe. His decisions became expressions of cosmic wisdom rather than mere personal preferences. His leadership became a form of participation in divine providence rather than an assertion of individual ego. The concept of co-fated actions resolves the apparent contradiction between determinism and responsibility by showing that they're complementary rather than conflicting truths. Everything that happens is fated in the sense that it emerges from prior causes according to rational laws, but human actions are part of the causal chain, not separate from it. Our choices help determine what's fated for others and for future generations. When Marcus decided to pardon the supporters of Avidius Cassius's rebellion rather than executing them as tradition demanded, that choice was both free and fated. It was free because he could have chosen differently. That Roman law and precedent actually required harsher punishment. It was fated because it emerged naturally from his character, his philosophical commitments, and his understanding of what the empire needed for long-term stability. What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee, he wrote, capturing the Stoic insight that individual and cosmic welfare are ultimately inseparable. This perspective transforms how we think about responsibility and outcomes. We're responsible for making the best choices we can with the information and character we currently possess, but we're not responsible for controlling all the consequences of those choices. Some results depend on factors beyond our influence: the other people's responses, natural events, the complex interaction of countless variables we can't anticipate or manage. The freedom to choose virtue remains real and meaningful, even when the external results of virtuous choices are uncertain or disappointing. Marcus could choose to respond to the plague with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, without being able to control whether his policies would end the epidemic or save every life. The choice itself was his contribution to cosmic order. Regardless of outcomes, he couldn't determine. This understanding provided Marcus with tremendous psychological freedom. He could act decisively without being paralyzed by uncertainty about results. He could maintain his principles without being crushed when circumstances didn't improve as quickly as he hoped. He could take responsibility seriously without carrying the impossible burden of trying to control what lay beyond any individual's power. For Marcus Aurelius, the universe wasn't a collection of separate objects moving randomly through empty space. It was a living organism where every part affected every other part, where apparent chaos revealed deeper patterns when viewed from sufficient perspective, and where individual events made sense only when understood as elements in larger cycles of growth, decay, and renewal. Time is a river of vanishing moments, and the current is swift, he wrote during one of his darkest periods. When plague and war seemed to be overwhelming the empire, there is nothing solid or permanent. Everything flows and changes. This metaphor of time as a river captures something essential about the Stoic understanding of reality. Like water in a river, the substance of existence is constantly moving, constantly changing form, constantly flowing from source to destination according to patterns that can be understood and even predicted, but never stopped or permanently controlled. Marcus applied this understanding practically in his approach to imperial governance. Instead of seeing each crisis as an isolated emergency requiring immediate solution, he learned to see crises as parts of larger patterns that required patient, sustained response. The Germanic migrations weren't random attacks by savage tribes. They were predictable responses to environmental pressures that could be addressed through long-term diplomatic and economic policies as well as military action. The plague that devastated Roman cities wasn't divine punishment for moral failures. After all, it was a natural phenomenon that emerged from the increased trade and travel that made the empire prosperous, and it would run its course according to biological laws that human wisdom could influence but not override. All things are mutually woven together, Marcus reminded himself, and the bond is sacred. This interconnected understanding of causation helped Marcus avoid both the paralysis that comes from seeing problems as impossibly complex and the oversimplification that comes from seeking single causes for complicated events. Every challenge the empire faced had multiple causes, reaching back through time and extending across space. Effective response required understanding these causal webs and working with them rather than against them. When Roman forces were defeated by Germanic tribes, Marcus didn't just look for immediate military solutions. He examined the ecological conditions that made such defeats possible. Were the soldiers properly trained and equipped? Were the officers chosen based on merit or political connections? Did the army's supply lines reflect realistic understanding of frontier conditions? Were Roman policies creating the desperation that drove tribal attacks? This systematic thinking about causes and effects extended to his personal life as well. When he felt angry or discouraged, instead of just trying to suppress these emotions, he would trace them back to their origins. What expectations had been frustrated? What attachments had been threatened? What judgments about external events had created internal disturbance? When you are disturbed by events, he wrote, remember that it's not the events themselves, but your opinions about the events that cause your disturbance. The Stoic vision of cosmic cycles also provided Marcus with perspective during difficult periods. Just as natural systems go through predictable patterns of growth and decline, human institutions and individual lives follow similar rhythms. The current crisis wasn't permanent. It was one phase in a larger cycle that included both suffering and recovery, both loss and renewal. This cyclical understanding didn't make Marcus passive about addressing immediate problems, but it did help him maintain hope during dark periods and avoid the despair that comes from assuming that current difficulties represent permanent conditions. Rome had faced existential threats before and survived them. He had personally weathered previous crises and learned from them. The current challenges, however severe, were part of natural patterns that could be navigated with wisdom and persistence. Perhaps the most psychologically complex aspect of Marcus's worldview was his ability to hold simultaneously two seemingly contradictory truths about human existence. That individual lives are cosmically insignificant, lasting barely a moment in universal time and occupying virtually no space in infinite extension, and that human lives possess extraordinary dignity and meaning because they participate in cosmic reason and can contribute to the flourishing of the whole. Remember that in a little while you and everyone you know will be dead, Marcus wrote to himself regularly, and soon after that, even your name will be forgotten. This meditation on mortality and cosmic insignificance wasn't meant to induce despair, but to provide liberation from the anxiety and ego attachment that distort judgment and corrupt character. When you truly accept that your reputation, your achievements, and even your failures will be forgotten in the sweep of geological and astronomical time, you become free to focus on what actually matters, living wisely, acting justly, and contributing what you can to the common good during your brief opportunity to do so. But Marcus paired this cosmic perspective with deep reverence for human dignity and potential, because human beings possess reason, the same rational faculty that governs the universe. They can participate consciously in cosmic order rather than simply being subject to it. A human life might be brief and physically insignificant, but it can embody wisdom, express love, create beauty, and choose virtue in ways that align with the deepest principles of reality. We were born to work together, he reminded himself. To thwart one another contradicts the law of nature. This paradoxical combination of cosmic humility and human dignity shaped every aspect of Marcus's leadership. He could make decisions affecting millions of people without being paralyzed by the weight of responsibility, because he understood that individual leaders, however powerful, are temporary instruments serving purposes larger than their personal significance. When facing military defeats, political setbacks, or personal tragedies, he could maintain perspective by remembering that these events, however painful in the moment, were tiny ripples in the vast ocean of time and space. But when dealing with individual people, whether senators, soldiers, or slaves, he could treat them with profound respect because each person contained the spark of cosmic reason that made them participants in divine order. Very little is needed to make a happy life, Marcus wrote. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. This understanding helped him avoid both the grandiosity that often corrupts powerful people and the cynicism that often develops when people become disillusioned with human limitations. He wasn't trying to create perfect institutions or solve every problem permanently done. Such goals would be absurd given the temporary nature of all human achievements. But he was trying to contribute wisely to the ongoing human project of creating conditions where reason, justice, and compassion could flourish. The tension between insignificance and nobility also provided Marcus with guidance about how to handle criticism and praise. Negative judgments from others couldn't devastate him, because he understood that all human opinions are temporary and limited perspectives on reality. But positive recognition couldn't corrupt him either, because he understood that individual accomplishments are collaborative efforts that depend on countless other people and favorable circumstances. Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break, he wrote. It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest. This metaphor captures the emotional equilibrium that comes from understanding your place in the cosmic order. Stable enough to weather external storms, flexible enough to adapt to changing conditions, and humble enough to recognize that your strength comes not from individual superiority, but from alignment with principles larger than personal preference. The greatest test of any worldview is how it handles the problem of suffering, the undeniable reality that innocent people experience pain, loss, and injustice that seems impossible to reconcile with belief in a rational, benevolent cosmic order. Marcus faced this challenge not just as a philosophical puzzle, but as a practical reality during a reign marked by plague, war, and personal tragedy. The Stoic solution to the problem of suffering is subtle and requires careful understanding. It doesn't deny the reality of pain or minimize the difficulty of loss. Instead, it distinguishes between events themselves and our judgments about what those events mean for our overall well-being and the cosmic order. Accept the things to which fate binds you, Marcus wrote during the plague years, when death was claiming thousands of lives daily throughout the empire, and love the people with whom fate associates you. This acceptance isn't passive resignation, but active recognition that suffering is part of the natural order. Not a mistake or punishment, but a predictable result of living in a universe governed by physical and biological laws. Plagues emerge from natural processes involving trade, travel, and disease transmission. Wars arise from competition for resources and conflicts between different groups' interests. Natural disasters result from geological and meteorological forces that operate according to discoverable patterns. Understanding these natural causes doesn't eliminate suffering, but it does eliminate the additional anguish that comes from seeing suffering as evidence that the universe is arbitrary, malevolent, or meaningless. Pain remains painful, but it doesn't carry the extra burden of cosmic injustice. Marcus also found meaning in suffering through the Stoic understanding that adversity provides opportunities for virtue development that would be impossible under easier circumstances. Courage can only be practiced when facing genuine danger. Patience can only be developed when dealing with real frustration. Compassion can only be deepened through encountering actual suffering. The impediment to action advances action, he wrote. What stands in the way becomes the way. This doesn't mean that suffering is good in itself, but that wise people can find ways to use suffering constructively rather than being simply victimized by it. The plague that killed his co-emperor Lucius Verus was a tragedy, but it also provided Marcus with opportunities to demonstrate leadership under pressure, to organize relief efforts for affected populations, and to maintain imperial stability during crisis. When his own children died, and several did during his lifetime, Marcus grieved genuinely, while also seeking ways to honor their memory through continued commitment to the values they had been taught. The loss was real and painful, but it could also deepen his empathy for other parents who had experienced similar losses and strengthen his commitment to creating conditions where fewer families would face such tragedies. The Stoic approach to providence and suffering also involves expanding our perspective beyond immediate human concerns to consider the welfare of the whole system. Individual losses that seem meaningless from personal perspectives might serve larger purposes that become apparent only when viewed from broader spatial and temporal scales. What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee, Marcus reminded himself, capturing the insight that individual and collective welfare are ultimately inseparable. This doesn't mean that individual suffering doesn't matter, but that it matters within a larger context that includes the flourishing of other people, future generations, and the ongoing development of human civilization. The soldiers who died defending Roman frontiers suffered genuine losses, but their sacrifice also protected millions of people who would otherwise have faced invasion, displacement, and destruction. Marcus never resolved the problem of suffering completely. No philosophical system can eliminate the reality of pain or make all losses meaningful in ways that satisfy human desires for justice and comprehension, but his Stoic framework provided him with tools for finding meaning within suffering rather than being crushed by it, for using adversity constructively rather than being simply victimized by it, and for maintaining hope and purpose even while acknowledging the harsh realities of existence. The metaphysical framework that sustained Marcus Aurelius through the challenges of imperial leadership wasn't just intellectual decoration. It was a practical worldview that shaped how he made decisions, handled setbacks, treated other people, and understood his own role in the larger human story. By seeing himself as a temporary participant in cosmic order, rather than as the center of his own private universe, Marcus could exercise enormous power without being corrupted by it. By understanding his choices as contributions to eternal patterns rather than just personal preferences, he could maintain purpose and meaning even when immediate results were disappointing. "Remember that you are an actor in a play," he wrote, "which is as the author wants it to be. If short, then short. If long, then long. If he wants you to play a poor man, play even that role with skill. And similarly, if a cripple or a public official or a private citizen." This theatrical metaphor captures something essential about the Stoic approach to living. We don't choose all of our circumstances, but we can choose how skillfully we respond to whatever role we've been given. The quality of our performance matters not because it guarantees particular outcomes, but because it contributes to the beauty and meaning of the larger drama in which we're participating. The cosmic perspective also provided Marcus with resilience during difficult periods. When facing seemingly impossible challenges during plague, invasion, political crisis, personal loss, he could maintain emotional equilibrium by remembering that these difficulties were temporary phases in larger cycles of change and renewal. Loss is nothing else but change, he wrote, and change is nature's delight. This understanding didn't make losses painless, but it did prevent them from destroying his capacity to continue serving others effectively. By accepting change as natural and inevitable, he could focus on responding wisely to whatever was actually happening, rather than exhausting himself trying to prevent or reverse what had already occurred. Perhaps most importantly, the metaphysical framework helped Marcus maintain both humility and confidence in his decision-making. Humility came from recognizing that his individual perspective was limited and temporary, that his understanding of complex situations was necessarily incomplete, and that many factors affecting outcomes lay beyond his control. Confidence came from knowing that his choices mattered as contributions to cosmic order, that virtue was always the right choice regardless of external results, and that the rational principles governing his decisions were the same principles that governed the movement of stars and the development of human civilization. You have power over your mind, not outside events, he reminded himself constantly. Realize this, and you will find strength. The strength Marcus found through this realization sustained him through 20 years of imperial leadership during one of the most challenging periods in Roman history. It allowed him to face death with equanimity, to handle power with wisdom, and to maintain hope and purpose, even while acknowledging the ultimate limits of what any individual can accomplish. The cosmic order that Marcus lived within, rational, purposeful, interconnected, and ultimately meaningful, despite its inclusion of suffering and loss, remains available to us today. The specific challenges we face may be different, but the fundamental human situation remains the same. We are temporary participants in patterns larger than ourselves, called to contribute what we can during our brief opportunity to do so. Understanding the metaphysical assumptions that guided Marcus Aurelius helps us see why his practical philosophy remains so compelling across cultures and centuries. He wasn't just offering techniques for personal success or happiness, he was showing us how to align our lives with the deepest structures of reality, how to find meaning within limitation, and how to serve the common good while maintaining inner freedom. That cosmic perspective, written by lamplight in a military tent, while an empire faced its gravest crisis, offers us a way of seeing that can transform how we understand our own roles in the ongoing human story. We too are actors in a play whose full meaning we may never comprehend, but whose immediate demands call forth our best efforts at wisdom, courage, justice, and compassion. Common misreadings and critiques. Picture this scene. It's 175 Anno Domini, and Marcus Aurelius has just received devastating news. His trusted general, Avidius Cassius, has declared himself emperor, believing rumors that Marcus is dead. The eastern provinces are in revolt. Civil war threatens to tear the empire apart. A modern observer, reading Marcus's response in his private journal, might expect to find either explosive anger or cold detachment. Instead, they find this. When you are offended by someone's shameless behavior, immediately ask yourself, is it possible for there to be no shameless people in the world? It is not. So don't ask for the impossible. This person is just one of the shameless people who must exist in the world. To many readers, this sounds like the response of someone who has suppressed all human emotion, who has become indifferent to betrayal and injustice. They might conclude that Stoicism turns people into emotionless robots who don't really care about anything that matters. They would be completely wrong. What they're witnessing isn't emotional suppression, but emotional transformation. The sophisticated result of decades spent learning to respond to challenges with wisdom rather than reactive impulse. Marcus isn't indifferent to Cassius's betrayal. He's processing it through a framework that allows him to respond more effectively than anger or despair would permit. This misunderstanding represents one of several common ways that Marcus Aurelius and Stoic philosophy are misread, misrepresented, and misapplied. Today we're going to examine these misreadings directly, understand why they persist, and discover what Marcus's actual approach offers us when properly understood. We'll also grapple with legitimate critiques of his philosophy, questions about whether absolute power might have distorted his thinking, whether his privileged position made his advice less relevant for ordinary people, and how his approach compares to other great Stoic thinkers who faced different circumstances and challenges. Understanding both the misreadings and the genuine limitations helps us approach Marcus Aurelius more intelligently, extracting what remains valuable while avoiding the pitfalls that come from either dismissing his insights or accepting them uncritically. Perhaps the most persistent misunderstanding of Stoicism is the idea that it requires suppressing or eliminating emotions entirely. Critics paint Stoics as people who have deadened themselves to feeling, who respond to tragedy with cold indifference, who mistake emotional numbing for philosophical wisdom. This caricature is so far from Marcus Aurelius's actual practice that it's hard to understand how it gained currency, except that it's easier to dismiss a philosophy than to practice it, and easier to attack a straw man than to grapple with sophisticated ideas about emotional regulation. Marcus felt the full range of human emotions throughout his life and reign. When his children died, he grieved deeply. When trusted allies betrayed him, he experienced genuine hurt and disappointment. When facing the possibility of his own death, he acknowledged fear and uncertainty. The difference wasn't that he didn't feel these emotions, it was how he worked with them. "When you wake up in the morning," he wrote to himself, "tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil." This isn't emotional suppression, it's emotional preparation. By anticipating difficult people and situations, Marcus could respond to them with patience and understanding rather than surprise and reactivity. He wasn't eliminating his capacity for frustration, he was training himself to channel that frustration constructively. The Stoic approach to emotions has three key elements that distinguish it from suppression. First, it emphasizes observation and understanding rather than immediate action. When Marcus felt angry, he didn't try to stop feeling angry, but he examined the anger carefully, understood its causes, and chose how to respond based on wisdom rather than impulse. "You have power over your mind, not outside events," he reminded himself repeatedly. "Realize this, and you will find strength." Second, it focuses on transformation rather than elimination. The goal isn't to feel nothing, but to feel appropriately, to have emotional responses that match reality rather than being distorted by unrealistic expectations, unconscious attachments, or habitual patterns of reactivity. When senators opposed his policies, Marcus could transform his initial frustration into curiosity about their concerns and gratitude for different perspectives that might improve his decisions. The emotional energy wasn't suppressed, it was redirected toward more constructive purposes. Third, it recognizes that some emotions are actually rational responses to reality and should be preserved rather than eliminated. Marcus felt genuine compassion for suffering people, appropriate concern for threats to the empire, and justified satisfaction when policies succeeded. These emotions provided valuable information and motivated effective action. "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee," he wrote, expressing not detached indifference, but passionate commitment to the common good. The transformation approach requires much more emotional sophistication than simple suppression. It means learning to distinguish between helpful and harmful emotions, developing the ability to experience feelings without being controlled by them, and cultivating emotional responses that serve wisdom and virtue rather than just personal preferences. This is difficult, ongoing work that Marcus practiced daily throughout his reign. His private journals show someone constantly refining his emotional responses, learning from moments when he reacted poorly, and developing better strategies for future challenges. It's the opposite of suppression, it's active, intelligent engagement with the full spectrum of human feeling. A second major misreading of Marcus Aurelius involves confusing Stoic detachment with indifference to other people's welfare. Critics argue that if you truly accept Stoic principles about focusing only on what you can control, you'll become callous toward others' suffering and withdraw from engagement with social and political problems. This criticism fundamentally misunderstands what Stoic detachment actually means and how Marcus practiced it throughout his reign. Far from making him indifferent to others, his philosophy made him more effective at helping them because it freed him from the emotional turbulence that often interferes with wise action. Marcus spent his entire adult life in service to others, first as Antoninus Pius's apprentice, then as co-emperor with Lucius Verus, finally as sole emperor, carrying ultimate responsibility for the welfare of 60 million people. When plague devastated Roman cities, he remained in the capital coordinating relief efforts rather than fleeing to safety. When barbarian tribes threatened the frontier, he spent years in military camps, sharing the hardships of common soldiers. "We were born to work together," he wrote. "To thwart one another contradicts the law of nature." The detachment Marcus practiced wasn't indifference to outcomes, but freedom from being emotionally overwhelmed by outcomes beyond his complete control. He cared deeply about ending the plague, but he wasn't crushed when his efforts couldn't save every life. He worked tirelessly to secure the frontier, but he wasn't devastated when some battles were lost. He invested enormous energy in governing wisely, but he wasn't destroyed when some policies failed to achieve their intended results. This kind of detachment actually enables more sustained, effective care for others. When you're not constantly thrown off balance by setbacks and disappointments, you can maintain focus on long-term goals. When you're not emotionally dependent on controlling every variable, you can adapt flexibly to changing circumstances. When you're not crushed by failure, you can learn from mistakes and try again. Marcus demonstrated this throughout the Antonine Plague, which killed millions across the empire during his reign. A leader attached to controlling outcomes might have been paralyzed by the magnitude of the crisis, or exhausted by frustration at the limits of imperial power. Marcus accepted that he couldn't cure the disease or prevent all deaths, but that acceptance freed him to focus on what he could influence: organizing medical care, maintaining food distribution, preserving public order, and supporting local communities. "Accept the things to which fate binds you," he wrote, "and love the people with whom fate associates you." The key word here is love. Stoic detachment doesn't eliminate love, it purifies it. Instead of loving people in ways that depend on controlling their choices or protecting them from all harm, you learn to love them in ways that respect their autonomy and accept their mortality while still working actively for their flourishing. When Marcus's co-emperor Lucius Verus died from the plague, he grieved the loss of a friend and political partner. But his grief didn't prevent him from continuing the work they had shared, and his acceptance of Verus's death didn't diminish his commitment to protecting other lives that could still be saved. This approach to caring might seem less dramatic than the intense emotional involvement that many people associate with truly caring about others, but it's actually more reliable and sustainable. People who are emotionally dependent on controlling outcomes often burn out, become bitter when their efforts don't succeed, or withdraw from engagement when reality proves more difficult than their expectations. Marcus maintained his commitment to serving others for nearly 20 years as emperor, through plague, war, political opposition, and personal tragedy. This sustained effectiveness was possible precisely because his care for others wasn't dependent on his ability to control their circumstances or guarantee their happiness. One of the most serious critiques of Marcus Aurelius concerns whether his extraordinary privilege, as emperor he had access to unlimited wealth, power, and resources, made his philosophical advice less relevant or even hypocritical for people facing ordinary struggles with much more limited options. Critics argue that it's easy to practice philosophical detachment when you have imperial guards protecting you from physical danger, unlimited funds to address financial problems, and the power to change circumstances you don't like. How meaningful is Stoic acceptance when you're never really forced to accept anything you can't eventually change? This critique has some validity and deserves serious consideration. Marcus did enjoy privileges that made many of life's common stresses irrelevant for him personally. He never worried about having enough food, shelter, or basic security. He never faced unemployment, eviction, or lack of access to medical care. He never had to accept the authority of people he considered incompetent or corrupt. But the critique also misses crucial aspects of Marcus's actual experience and the nature of the challenges he faced. Imperial power came with burdens and constraints that were in many ways more difficult than those faced by ordinary people. Every decision carried enormous weight and consequences he couldn't control. He was constantly surrounded by people seeking to manipulate him for their own advantage. He couldn't trust his own perceptions because everyone around him had incentives to tell him what they thought he wanted to hear. "When you wake up in the morning," he wrote, "tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly." Marcus couldn't escape from his responsibilities the way ordinary people can quit jobs, move to different cities, or end relationships that aren't working. He was trapped in his role as emperor until death, dealing with the same political opponents, administrative challenges, and impossible decisions year after year. More importantly, his power couldn't protect him from the fundamental human experiences that Stoicism addresses most directly: mortality, loss, the gap between expectations and reality, the challenge of maintaining virtue under pressure. Several of his children died during his lifetime. His closest political ally and friend died from plague. His own body deteriorated from chronic illness that no amount of imperial privilege could cure. "Remember that in a little while, you and everyone you know will be dead," he wrote, "and soon after that, even your name will be forgotten." The philosophical challenges Marcus faced weren't different in kind from those experienced by people with much less privilege. They were just magnified by the scale of his responsibilities and the consequences of his choices. Whether you're an emperor governing 60 million people or a parent raising 3 children, you face the same basic challenge of trying to act wisely when outcomes depend on factors beyond your control. It's also worth noting that Marcus consistently used his privilege in service of others rather than just for personal advantage. When famine struck Egypt, he redirected grain from other provinces rather than allowing local populations to starve. When the imperial treasury was strained by military expenses, he sold personal possessions rather than imposing crushing taxes. When rebellions threatened imperial stability, he chose mercy over revenge, even when harsher measures might have been more politically expedient. "Very little is needed to make a happy life," he wrote. "It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." This insight applies regardless of external circumstances. The inner work of developing wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance remains the same whether you're wealthy or poor, powerful or powerless, healthy or sick. External advantages can make life easier in many ways, but they can't substitute for character development or eliminate the need for philosophical reflection. That said, the privilege critique does highlight the importance of adapting Marcus's insights to different circumstances rather than simply copying his specific practices. Someone without imperial resources can't address problems the way Marcus did, but they can still apply his principles of focusing on what they can control, accepting what they can't change, and using whatever influence they have in service of virtue and the common good. Understanding Marcus Aurelius more clearly requires seeing him in context with the other great Stoic teachers whose work has survived to influence modern readers. Each of the 3 major Stoic voices in Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus wrote from very different circumstances and for different audiences, and these differences shaped their emphasis and tone in illuminating ways. Epictetus was born a slave, spent his early years in bondage, and even after gaining freedom, faced the constant insecurity of someone without wealth, political connections, or social status. His teachings focus intensely on the psychology of freedom, the how to maintain inner dignity and autonomy even when external circumstances are completely beyond your control. Some things are within our power, while others are not, Epictetus taught. And this fundamental distinction runs through everything he said. For someone who had experienced literal slavery, the difference between what you can and can't control wasn't abstract philosophy, it was survival strategy. Epictetus's tone is often harsh and uncompromising because he was training people to handle harsh and uncompromising circumstances. His students needed mental toughness to survive in a world where they would face poverty, political persecution, and social contempt. His famous declaration that it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters, came from someone who knew what it meant to have very little control over what happened to him. Seneca occupied a middle position between Epictetus's powerlessness and Marcus's ultimate authority. As advisor to Emperor Nero, he wielded enormous influence while remaining subject to the whims of an increasingly unstable ruler. As one of Rome's wealthiest men, he enjoyed luxury while recognizing its ultimate fragility. As a playwright and philosopher, he understood both the practical demands of politics and the theoretical requirements of ethics. Seneca's writings reflect these tensions. He offered sophisticated advice about managing wealth without being corrupted by it, exercising influence without losing perspective, and maintaining philosophical principles while engaging with the compromises required by political life. His tone is often more practical and worldly than Epictetus's, more concerned with how to apply Stoic principles in complex social situations where pure philosophical idealism might be counterproductive. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end, Seneca wrote, capturing his understanding that life requires constant adaptation to changing circumstances while maintaining core commitments. Marcus Aurelius wrote from the unique position of someone who had achieved ultimate worldly success while remaining committed to philosophical development. His private journals reveal someone grappling with how to maintain humility and wisdom while wielding absolute power, how to serve the common good while making decisions that inevitably harm some people, how to practice virtue while governing an empire. Marcus's tone is often more personal and vulnerable than either Epictetus or Seneca. He wasn't teaching students or advising rulers. He was working through his own struggles with the gap between philosophical ideals and practical realities. His writings reveal someone constantly examining his own motivations, questioning his own judgments, and trying to live up to standards he frequently failed to meet. "Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break," he wrote to himself. "It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest." These differences in circumstance and audience created different emphases that remain relevant for modern readers, facing different types of challenges. Someone dealing with powerlessness might find Epictetus's focus on inner freedom most helpful. Someone navigating complex organizational politics might benefit more from Seneca's practical wisdom about influence and compromise. Someone in leadership positions might connect most with Marcus's struggles to use authority wisely. But the three voices also complement each other in important ways. Epictetus provides the psychological foundation, or the radiation, the clear understanding of what is and isn't within our control. Seneca offers the practical wisdom, the sophisticated thinking about how to apply principles in messy real-world situations. Marcus demonstrates the daily practice, the ongoing work of character development that continues throughout life, regardless of external circumstances. Together, they represent different aspects of the complete Stoic approach: the mental discipline to accept what can't be changed, the practical wisdom to influence what can be changed, and the personal commitment to keep working on yourself, regardless of whether external progress is visible or rapid. Even after correcting common misreadings and acknowledging the valuable insights Marcus Aurelius offers, we must honestly acknowledge the limitations of his approach and the gaps between his historical context and our contemporary challenges. Marcus lived in a world with very different assumptions about gender roles, slavery, political authority, and social hierarchy. While his stoicism led him to treat people more fairly than many of his contemporaries, he still operated within systems of oppression that he never fundamentally questioned. His advice about accepting circumstances that can't be changed might be less appropriate for people facing injustices that actually could be changed through collective action and social reform. "We were born to work together," he wrote, but his understanding of cooperation was shaped by imperial Roman society, where cooperation often meant accepting profound inequalities that we would consider unacceptable today. Marcus also had limited understanding of psychological trauma, mental illness, and the ways that childhood experiences can shape adult behavior in ways that require professional intervention rather than just philosophical reflection. His approach to emotional regulation assumes a level of psychological health and stability that not everyone possesses. His advice about focusing on virtue rather than external circumstances, while valuable for many situations, might be insufficient for people facing systemic discrimination, extreme poverty, or other conditions where external change is both necessary and possible through appropriate action. Perhaps most importantly, Marcus's individual approach to character development, while personally transformative, doesn't address the need for institutional changes that can prevent suffering more effectively than individual virtue. A just economic system might eliminate more poverty than any amount of personal stoic practice. Effective public health measures might prevent more disease than individual acceptance of illness. That said, these limitations don't invalidate Marcus's insights. They just define their proper scope. His approach remains extraordinarily valuable for the aspects of life that really are primarily matters of individual choice and character development: how we respond to setbacks, how we treat other people, how we handle responsibility and authority, how we find meaning and purpose within whatever circumstances we face. "You have power over your mind, not outside events," Marcus wrote. "Realize this, and you will find strength." This fundamental insight remains as relevant today as it was in ancient Rome. While the specific events that challenge our mental equilibrium have changed dramatically, the basic human need for practices that maintain psychological stability, ethical clarity, and emotional resilience remains constant. The key is approaching Marcus Aurelius as a source of tested wisdom about universal human challenges rather than as a complete guide to contemporary life. His insights about character development, emotional regulation, and leadership ethics remain extraordinarily valuable. His specific policy recommendations and social assumptions require careful translation for modern circumstances. Understanding both the value and the limitations helps us extract what remains useful from Marcus's example while avoiding the mistakes that come from either uncritical acceptance or dismissive rejection. The emperor who wrote by lamplight in a military tent, struggling to govern himself while governing an empire, offers us tools for our own struggles with responsibility, uncertainty, and the daily challenge of trying to live wisely in a complex world. Those tools work as well in modern circumstances as they did on the Roman frontier, not because human nature has remained unchanged, but because some aspects of the human condition really are universal, and Marcus's approach to those universal challenges has been tested by nearly 2,000 years of readers who found practical value in his insights. The question isn't whether Marcus Aurelius was perfect or whether his philosophy solves every problem. It's whether his approach to the problems he did address offers guidance that remains valuable for people facing similar challenges today. The evidence suggests it does, as long as we approach it with the same kind of intelligent discrimination that Marcus himself applied to the philosophical traditions he inherited and adapted for his own circumstances. The practices Marcus program. It's dawn in your life, and you have a choice to make. You can start this day the way you've started countless others, stumbling out of bed, checking your phone, letting the urgent demands of modern life pull you in whatever direction they happen to be pointing. Or you can do what Marcus Aurelius did every morning for nearly 20 years. Take a few minutes to prepare your mind for the day ahead, to remember what matters most, and to steel yourself for the challenges you're likely to face. When you wake up in the morning, Marcus wrote to himself in that tent by the Danube, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own. This wasn't pessimism. It was preparation. By anticipating difficulties, Marcus could respond to them with wisdom rather than surprise. By remembering his values before facing pressure to compromise them, he could maintain his principles under stress. By connecting with his deeper purpose before getting lost in daily urgencies, he could stay focused on what truly mattered. But today we're going to build our own version of Marcus's daily practice, a systematic approach to character development that can transform not just how you feel, but how effectively you navigate the real challenges of modern life. This isn't about becoming a perfect person or achieving some impossible state of constant serenity. It's about developing the mental habits that made it possible for one human being to govern an empire while governing himself. What we're creating together is modular and practical, a set of techniques you can adapt to your schedule, your circumstances, and your particular challenges. Some days you'll have time for the full program, other days you'll manage just the emergency protocols. Both approaches will serve you because the goal isn't perfection but progress, not dramatic transformation but daily practice. The emperor who faced plagues and barbarian invasions with extraordinary equanimity didn't achieve that stability through grand gestures or mystical experiences. He built it through small, consistent practices repeated day after day, year after year, until wisdom became as automatic as breathing. The most important 5 minutes of Marcus Aurelius's day weren't spent reviewing intelligence reports or planning military strategy. They were spent preparing his mind to handle whatever the day might bring. Every morning, before the demands of empire could overwhelm his attention, he would remind himself of 3 crucial things: his roles and responsibilities, his core values, and the likely obstacles he would face. This morning priming practice isn't about positive thinking or motivational psychology. It's about tactical preparation for the psychological challenges that derail most people's decision-making and peace of mind. Just as athletes warm up their bodies before physical performance, Marcus warmed up his character before ethical performance. Identifying your roles. Start each day by quickly reviewing the different roles you play in life and what each role requires of you today. Marcus had to think about his responsibilities as emperor, father, husband, student of philosophy, and military commander. Your roles might include parent, professional, friend, citizen, community member, or caregiver. The key insight is that we all play multiple roles simultaneously, and each role comes with its own ethical requirements and success criteria. A good parent needs to be patient and teaching-focused. A good professional needs to be reliable and collaborative. A good friend needs to be supportive and honest. Remembering these roles helps you make decisions based on your deeper commitments rather than just your immediate impulses. Ask yourself at every moment, Marcus wrote, is this essential? Because most of what we say and do is not essential. Spend 30 seconds mentally reviewing your roles for the day. Today, I need to be a wise parent helping my children develop character. I need to be a focused professional contributing value to my team. I need to be a present friend supporting someone who's struggling. I need to be a responsible citizen staying informed about important issues. Clarifying your values. After reviewing your roles, spend another minute connecting with the values that should guide your choices throughout the day. Marcus drew from the 4 Stoic virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Your values might be similar or different, but the practice of conscious connection remains the same. Very little is needed to make a happy life, Marcus reminded himself. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. This isn't about reciting abstract principles, but about activating practical guidance. Today, I want to respond to challenges with curiosity rather than defensiveness. I want to treat difficult people with patience rather than irritation. I want to make decisions based on long-term consequences rather than short-term convenience. I want to focus on contributing value rather than just getting recognition. Anticipating obstacles. The final element of morning priming involves realistic preparation for the specific challenges you're likely to face. Marcus knew he would encounter difficult senators, complex military problems, and his own tendencies toward impatience or discouragement. You can anticipate your own likely obstacles and prepare better responses. Understand that if you are offended by someone's shameless behavior, Marcus wrote, immediately ask yourself, is it possible for there to be no shameless people in the world? It is not. So, don't ask for the impossible. Spend a minute thinking through potential challenges. I have a difficult conversation scheduled with my boss. I'll probably feel defensive, but I can choose to listen carefully and respond thoughtfully. The children will likely be cranky after school. I can prepare patience instead of letting their mood determine mine. Traffic will probably be frustrating. I can use that time for reflection rather than irritation. This 3-part morning practice, roles, values, obstacles, subs, takes about 3 minutes total, but provides psychological preparation that can transform your entire day. Instead of being reactive to whatever happens, you'll be proactive based on your deepest commitments. Instead of being surprised by difficulties, you'll be prepared with appropriate responses. Marcus discovered that character development isn't about big dramatic moments. It's about countless small choices made throughout ordinary days. Morning priming helps ensure those choices align with who you actually want to be, rather than just how you happen to feel in the moment. By midday, even the best morning preparation can be overwhelmed by the accumulated stress, surprises, and frustrations that daily life inevitably brings. Marcus Aurelius understood this and developed specific techniques for resetting his mental state during the day, returning to clarity and wisdom when circumstances threaten to pull him off course. The midday reset practice has 2 components: labeling impressions and taking the view from above. Both can be done in less than a minute and provide powerful tools for maintaining equilibrium during challenging periods. Labeling impressions. Throughout the day, we're constantly forming quick judgments about events, people, and situations. Most of these judgments happen automatically and unconsciously, but they shape our emotional responses and decision-making in powerful ways. Marcus trained himself to slow down this process and examine his interpretations more carefully. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact, he wrote. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. The practice of labeling impressions involves catching yourself in moments of strong emotional reaction and identifying the specific interpretation that's creating that reaction. Instead of just feeling angry, frustrated, or anxious, you pause to notice, I'm having the thought that this person is deliberately trying to annoy me, but that's just one possible interpretation. Maybe they're distracted, having a bad day, or dealing with information I don't have. This isn't about convincing yourself that negative interpretations are always wrong, sometimes they are accurate. It's about recognizing that interpretations are interpretations, not facts, and that you have some choice about which interpretations you accept and act upon. When Marcus received news that senators were criticizing his policies, he could have accepted the interpretation, they're attacking my competence and trying to undermine my authority. Instead, he might label it, I'm having the thought that this criticism is a personal attack. But another way to see it is that they're offering different perspectives that might help me make better decisions. Micro view from above. The second element of midday reset involves briefly zooming out from your immediate circumstances to gain cosmic perspective. Marcus regularly practiced imagining himself from the viewpoint of vast time and space, seeing his current troubles as tiny events in an enormous universe. Watch the stars in their courses as though you were accompanying them, he wrote. and continually dwell on the changes of elements into one another. The modern version of this practice involves taking 30 seconds to imagine your current situation from broader perspectives. In 5 years, will this problem I'm worrying about really matter? In the context of all the challenges people around the world are facing right now, how significant is my current frustration? In the sweep of human history, how much energy should I invest in this particular conflict? This isn't meant to make you indifferent to present circumstances, but to help you respond proportionally. Some problems really do deserve significant attention and energy. Others are temporary irritations that become overwhelming only when we lose perspective about their actual importance. The midday reset practice can be especially valuable during high-stress periods when you notice yourself becoming reactive, overwhelmed, or losing connection with your deeper values. Taking 1 minute to label your impressions and gain perspective can prevent hours of unnecessary stress and poor decision-making. You have power over your mind, not outside events, Marcus reminded himself constantly. Realize this and you will find strength. The strength he found through this realization came not from controlling external circumstances, but from maintaining internal clarity regardless of what was happening around him. The midday reset helps you access that same inner stability even in the middle of chaotic or challenging days. Every evening, without exception, Marcus Aurelius would set aside time to examine the day's events and his responses to them. This wasn't casual reflection or random journaling, it was systematic self-audit designed to accelerate learning and character development. The evening review practice can be condensed into 3 specific questions that provide structure and focus for daily reflection. Question 1. What went well today? This isn't about celebrating success or boosting self-esteem. It's about identifying specific moments when you responded to challenges with wisdom, patience, courage, or compassion. The goal is to understand what conditions and choices led to your better responses so you can replicate them more consistently. Be like the rocky headland on which the waves constantly break, Marcus wrote. It stands firm, and round it the seething waters are laid to rest. Maybe you handled a difficult conversation with more patience than usual. What specifically made that possible? Did morning preparation help? Were you better rested? Did you remember to pause before responding? Understanding the conditions that support your better responses helps you create those conditions more often. Maybe you made a decision based on long-term consequences rather than short-term convenience. What helped you maintain that perspective? Did the midday reset practice work? Were you able to connect with your deeper values despite pressure to compromise them? The evening review helps you notice progress that might otherwise go unrecognized. Character development happens gradually through countless small improvements that are easy to miss unless you're paying attention. Acknowledging what went well provides motivation to continue the difficult work of daily practice. Question 2. Where did I slip today? This question requires honest examination of moments when you failed to live up to your own standards. When you reacted with anger instead of patience. When you made decisions based on ego instead of wisdom. When you treated someone unfairly or spoke carelessly. Marcus was remarkably honest about his own failures and shortcomings. His private writings reveal someone constantly disappointed in his own performance, constantly aware of the gap between his ideals and his actual behavior. When you wake up in the morning, he wrote, acknowledging his own tendency toward reluctance and resistance, consider what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. The key to productive self-examination is focusing on learning rather than self-condemnation. When you identify a moment when you responded poorly, ask what triggered that response. Were you tired, stressed, or operating from unconscious assumptions? What alternative response would have been more consistent with your values? What would you need to do differently to choose that better response next time? This isn't about achieving perfection or beating yourself up for being human. It's about creating a feedback loop that accelerates improvement by making failures conscious and constructive rather than just unconscious and repeated. Question 3. What's one tiny fix I can implement tomorrow? The evening review concludes by identifying one specific, small change you can make in tomorrow's approach. This might be a practical adjustment, setting the alarm 5 minutes earlier to allow more time for morning preparation, or putting the phone in another room during important conversations. Or it might be a mental adjustment, remembering to pause for 3 seconds before responding to criticism, or practicing the view from above when feeling overwhelmed by minor inconveniences. Don't explain your philosophy, Marcus wrote. Embody it. The emphasis on tiny fixes is crucial. Character development happens through consistent small improvements rather than dramatic transformations. A tiny change that you actually implement is more valuable than a major change that you plan but never execute. Maybe today you noticed that hunger made you more impatient with family members. Tomorrow's tiny fix might be having a healthy snack before dinner preparations begin. Maybe you realized that checking email first thing in the morning created anxiety that lasted throughout the day. Tomorrow's tiny fix might be doing morning priming before looking at any devices. The 3-question evening review typically takes about 5 minutes, but provides the foundation for continuous improvement. By identifying what works, acknowledging what doesn't, and making specific adjustments, you create a process of conscious character development that compounds over time. Marcus understood that the quality of your life is determined by the quality of your daily choices, and the quality of your daily choices is determined by the quality of your daily reflection. The evening review ensures that experience becomes wisdom rather than just accumulated time. Beyond the daily practices of morning priming, midday resets, and evening review, Marcus Aurelius incorporated longer-term practices that built psychological resilience and maintained broader perspective. These weekly practices address aspects of character development that require more extended attention and can't be adequately addressed in brief daily sessions. Voluntary discomfort. Once a week, Marcus would deliberately expose himself to minor hardships that reminded him of his capacity to handle difficulty and reduced his dependence on comfortable circumstances. This wasn't masochistic self-punishment, but practical training for the inevitable challenges that life brings. Ask yourself at every moment, he wrote, is this essential? Because most of what we say and do is not essential. Modern voluntary discomfort might involve taking cold showers, skipping meals occasionally, walking instead of driving when convenient, sleeping on the floor instead of in bed, or wearing simpler clothes than usual. The goal isn't suffering for its own sake, but building confidence that you can handle temporary inconvenience without losing your equanimity. This practice serves several purposes. First, it reveals how many of your daily needs are actually preferences that you've become overly attached to. Second, it builds psychological resilience by proving to yourself that discomfort is manageable and temporary. Third, it cultivates gratitude for ordinary comforts that you might otherwise take for granted. When Marcus spent months in frontier military camps, sleeping in simple tents and eating basic rations, his previous practice with voluntary discomfort helped him maintain effectiveness despite the challenging conditions. The emperor, who was accustomed to luxury, could adapt to hardship because he had trained himself not to depend on luxury for peace of mind. Service acts. Marcus believed that individual flourishing and community welfare were ultimately inseparable, and he practiced this belief through regular acts of service that went beyond his official duties. Once a week, find ways to contribute to other people's welfare without expecting recognition or reciprocation. What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee, he wrote, capturing the Stoic insight that we're all interconnected and that serving others serves ourselves. Modern service acts might involve volunteering at local organizations, helping neighbors with practical tasks, mentoring younger colleagues, contributing to charitable causes, or simply being more attentive to family members' needs. The key is choosing actions that serve the common good rather than just your personal interests. This practice counters the natural human tendency towards self-centeredness and reminds you that your welfare depends on the welfare of the larger community. It also provides perspective on your own problems by exposing you to other people's challenges and needs. Marcus regularly used imperial resources to support disaster relief, infrastructure development, and educational initiatives that served broad public welfare rather than just elite interests. His weekly service practice on a personal level reinforced his commitment to service on a political level. Long cosmic view walks. Once a week, Marcus would take extended time for reflection that connected his immediate circumstances to broader patterns of time, space, and meaning. This practice helps maintain perspective during difficult periods and prevents daily urgencies from overwhelming deeper purposes. Time is a river of vanishing moments, and the current is swift, he wrote. There is nothing solid or permanent, everything flows and changes. The Cosmic View Walk involves spending an hour or more in reflection, ideally while walking in natural settings, about how your current situation fits into larger patterns. What would your great-grandparents think about the problems you're facing? How will the challenges that seem overwhelming today appear to you in 5 years? What would visitors from another planet notice about human civilization that you take for granted? This isn't escapism but perspective building. By regularly connecting with timescales longer than daily urgencies and spatial scales larger than personal concerns, you develop the kind of wisdom that can maintain stability during turbulent periods. Marcus would often imagine his reign from the perspective of future historians, his personal struggles from the viewpoint of cosmic time, his policy decisions from the standpoint of their effects on people he would never meet. This practice helped him make decisions based on long-term consequences rather than short-term convenience. The weekly practices work together to build the kind of character that can handle whatever life brings with grace, effectiveness, and inner peace. Voluntary discomfort builds resilience. Service acts build connection and purpose. Cosmic View walks build perspective and wisdom. All three practices address aspects of human flourishing that require sustained attention and can't be developed through brief daily exercises alone. Even with consistent daily and weekly practices, everyone faces situations that overwhelm their normal coping mechanisms. Aha moments of intense anger, sudden loss, physical pain, or crisis that threatens to derail all philosophical progress. Marcus Aurelius developed specific emergency protocols for these situations, techniques that could restore equilibrium quickly when normal practices weren't sufficient. The anger wedge. When Marcus felt sudden, intense anger, whether at incompetent subordinates, betraying allies, or frustrating circumstances, he had a specific technique for preventing that anger from driving poor decisions. The anger wedge involves creating space between the triggering event and your response by asking a specific sequence of questions. When you are offended by someone's shameless behavior, he wrote, immediately ask yourself, is it possible for there to be no shameless people in the world? It is not. So don't ask for the impossible. First question. What specifically just happened without my interpretation? This forces you to separate facts from the stories you're telling yourself about those facts. He interrupted me during the meeting is a fact. He deliberately disrespected me and tried to undermine my authority is an interpretation that might or might not be accurate. Second question. What would wisdom look like in this situation? This connects you to your deeper values rather than just your immediate emotional reaction. Wisdom might involve asking clarifying questions, addressing the substantive issue behind the interruption, or simply noting the behavior without letting it derail the meeting's purpose. Third question. How will I feel about my response to this tomorrow? This activates longer-term perspective that can prevent choices you'll regret. The satisfaction of expressing anger in the moment rarely outweighs the costs of damaged relationships and compromised effectiveness. And now, the entire anger wedge process takes about 30 seconds, but can prevent hours or days of regret about reactive decisions made in emotional heat. The pain protocol. When facing physical pain, illness, or extreme fatigue, Marcus used a specific approach that separated the raw physical sensation from the psychological stories that multiply suffering. Physical discomfort is unavoidable, but much of what we call suffering comes from our mental resistance to and interpretation of physical sensations. Pain is neither unbearable nor unending, he wrote, unless you add to it with your imagination. The pain protocol involves 3 steps. First, observe the physical sensation precisely without adding emotional interpretation. There is pressure in my temples. There is tightness in my stomach. There is fatigue in my limbs. Describe what you actually feel rather than what you think it means. Second, accept the sensation as temporary information rather than permanent condition. Pain is your body's way of communicating about current conditions, not a judgment about your future prospects or overall well-being. This headache is happening now. It will change. I can function with some discomfort. Third, adapt your activities to work with your current capacity rather than fighting against it. If you're tired, focus on tasks that require less energy. If you're in pain, modify your approach rather than abandoning important responsibilities entirely. Marcus often had to function effectively despite chronic illness and physical discomfort. The pain protocol allowed him to work with his limitations rather than being defeated by them. The grief grounder. When facing sudden loss, devastating news, or overwhelming disappointment, Marcus had a technique for processing intense emotions without being paralyzed or overwhelmed by them. The grief grounder acknowledges the reality of loss while maintaining connection to ongoing responsibilities and future possibilities. Loss is nothing else but change, he wrote, and change is nature's delight. The grief grounder has 3 components. First, allow yourself to feel the full reality of loss, without resistance or premature attempts at comfort. Grief is natural and necessary, not a problem to be solved immediately. This loss is real. This pain is appropriate. I need time to process what has happened. Second, remember that your capacity to be hurt by loss reflects your capacity to love and care about things beyond yourself. The depth of grief often corresponds to the depth of connection. This pain shows how much this person/situation/dream meant to me. That caring was valuable, even though it led to vulnerability. Third, identify one small way you can honor what was lost while remaining engaged with current responsibilities. I can carry forward the values this person taught me. I can apply the lessons this experience provided. I can use this pain to understand others who face similar losses. The grief grounder doesn't eliminate pain or rush the healing process, but it prevents grief from becoming completely destructive or permanently paralyzing. These emergency protocols work because they provide structured ways to respond to overwhelming situations when normal decision-making capacity is compromised by intense emotion. Marcus understood that character development isn't just about handling ordinary challenges, but about maintaining wisdom and virtue even under extreme pressure. You have power over your mind, not outside events, he reminded himself constantly. Realize this, and you will find strength. The strength he found through this realization was tested repeatedly during his reign through plague, war, betrayal, and personal loss. The emergency protocols he developed helped him maintain effectiveness and integrity even when facing circumstances that would have destroyed less prepared leaders. The full Marcus program morning priming, midday resets, evening review, weekly practices, and emergencyprotocols.com represents a comprehensive approach to character development that can transform how you navigate daily challenges and long-term goals. But attempting to implement everything simultaneously is a recipe for overwhelm and abandonment. Marcus himself developed these practices gradually over decades of philosophical study and practical application. Your own implementation should be similarly patient and systematic. Week 1. Foundation building. Start with just the morning priming practice. Spend 3 minutes each morning reviewing your roles, connecting with your values, and anticipating likely obstacles. This single practice can significantly improve your decision-making throughout the day by providing clear guidance when facing difficult choices. Week 2. Midday support. Add the midday reset practice. Once or twice during each day, take a minute to label your impressions and gain perspective through the view from above. This helps maintain equilibrium when daily pressures threaten to overwhelm your morning preparation. Week 3. Evening integration. Begin the evening review process. Spend 5 minutes each evening asking the 3 questions: what went well, where you slipped, and what tiny fix you can implement tomorrow. This creates the feedback loop that accelerates learning and improvement. Week 4. Weekly extensions. Incorporate the weekly practices. Choose one day for voluntary discomfort, schedule time for service acts, and plan a cosmic view walk. These longer practices build the resilience and perspective that support daily practices. Emergency readiness. Learn the emergency protocols and practice them during minor difficulties so they're available during major crises. The anger wedge, pain protocol, and grief grounder become most valuable when you've rehearsed them before you desperately need them. The goal isn't perfect implementation but consistent practice. Some days you'll manage the full program, other days you'll use just the emergency protocols. Both approaches serve the larger purpose of developing character that can handle whatever life brings, with wisdom, courage, justice, and inner peace. Marcus Aurelius spent nearly 20 years refining these practices while governing an empire in crisis. The modern version won't require imperial responsibility, but it does require the same commitment to daily progress over dramatic transformation, consistent practice over perfect performance. Don't explain your philosophy, Marcus wrote in his final years. Embody it. The 30-day program provides a systematic way to begin embodying the wisdom that sustained one human being through ultimate challenges and can sustain you through your own journey toward greater effectiveness, resilience, and peace of mind. The practices are simple, but their cumulative effect can be profound. Not because they promise easy solutions, but because they provide tested tools for navigating the complexities of human existence with greater skill and wisdom. The emperor, who wrote by lamplight in a military tent, building character while building an empire, shows us that this transformation is possible. The rest is up to you. One day, one practice, one choice at a time. Marcus for modern life. Picture this. It's 7:30 a.m. on a Tuesday, and you're sitting in your car in a traffic jam, already running late for a morning meeting. Your phone is buzzing with notifications demanding in the distance. Emails demanding immediate responses, news alerts about the latest crisis, social media updates from people whose lives seem infinitely more exciting than yours. Your stress level is climbing with each minute you sit motionless on the highway. Now imagine Marcus Aurelius in this exact situation. Not the marble statue version we see in museums, but the real man who dealt with his own version of overwhelming demands, impossible deadlines, and the constant pressure of trying to be all things to all people. What would he do? He'd probably reach for his journal and write something like this. You're sitting in traffic. That's a fact. The meeting will happen when you arrive, not when you plan to arrive. You can choose to spend these minutes in agitation about circumstances you can't control, or you can use them to prepare your mind for the day ahead. Then he'd put the phone on silent, take a deep breath, and spend the unexpected quiet time thinking about what kind of colleague, parent, and human being he wanted to be that day. This is Marcus Aurelius for modern life, not ancient philosophy, preserved in academic amber, but practical wisdom applied to the specific challenges of work, relationships, technology, and purpose in the 21st century. The external circumstances have changed dramatically since Marcus ruled Rome, but the internal challenges remain remarkably similar. How do you maintain focus in a distracted world? How do you handle difficult people with grace? How do you find meaning and purpose amid endless competing demands? Today, we're going to explore how Stoic principles translate directly into practical guidance for the specific pressures of modern living. We'll see how an emperor's approach to governance can improve your team meetings, how ancient wisdom about desire can transform your relationship with money and status, and how Roman insights about character can help you navigate the digital attention economy without losing your soul. The goal isn't to live like an ancient Roman. It's to live like a modern human being who has learned from ancient wisdom how to stay centered, effective, and genuinely helpful in a world that seems designed to scatter our attention and fragment our peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius governed an empire that spanned 3 continents, commanded armies in multiple theaters, and made decisions that affected 60 million people. Yet his private writings reveal someone who understood that true effectiveness comes not from frantic multitasking, but from focused attention on what truly matters. "You have power over your mind, not outside events," he wrote, while managing challenges that would overwhelm most modern executives. "Realize this, and you will find strength." Deep focus in a distracted world. The modern workplace often feels like a constant emergency. Every email marked urgent, every meeting positioned as critical, every deadline presented as make or break. Marcus faced similar pressures, but developed a systematic approach to identifying what actually required his immediate attention versus what just felt urgent because other people were anxious about it. His method was deceptively simple. Before responding to any demand on his time, he would pause to ask 2 questions. First, is this essential? Not important, not urgent, but essential? Meaning that it serves a core purpose and can't be delegated or delayed without significant consequences. Second, what would happen if I didn't do this at all? Often, the honest answer revealed that the urgent task would resolve itself or prove irrelevant. Modern application means building systems that protect your ability to focus on essential work while remaining responsive to genuine emergencies. This might involve checking email at scheduled times rather than constantly, using focus blocks where you're unavailable for non-urgent matters, or having honest conversations with colleagues about what actually requires immediate response versus what can wait. Ask yourself at every moment, Marcus reminded himself, is this essential? Because most of what we say and do is not essential. The key insight is that focus isn't just about productivity, it's about effectiveness. Marcus could govern an empire because he focused intensely on the decisions that only he could make while delegating everything else to capable subordinates. You can be more effective at your work by distinguishing between tasks that require your unique skills and attention versus tasks that others can handle, or that don't need to be done at all. Fairness in teams. As emperor, Marcus had absolute authority to impose his will on any situation, yet he consistently chose collaboration over domination, seeking input from advisors even when he could have decided unilaterally. His approach to teamwork offers powerful guidance for modern workplace dynamics. Marcus understood that fairness isn't just morally right, it's strategically smart. When people feel heard and respected, they contribute better ideas, work more collaboratively, and remain committed during difficult periods. When they feel ignored or manipulated, they withdraw their best efforts and sometimes actively resist organizational goals. "We were born to work together," he wrote. "To thwart one another contradicts the law of nature." Practical fairness in modern teams means several specific behaviors. Credit good ideas to the people who generate them, even when those people are junior or from outside your department. When making decisions that affect others, explain your reasoning so people understand how their input influenced the outcome. When distributing challenging assignments, consider who would benefit from the growth opportunity rather than just who would complete the task most easily. Marcus also practiced what we might call fair criticism, addressing problems directly but without personal attack or public humiliation. When generals made strategic errors, he would discuss the issue privately, focusing on lessons learned rather than blame assigned. When senators opposed his policies, he would engage with their substantive concerns, rather than questioning their motives or competence. Modern application involves giving feedback that helps people improve, rather than just venting your frustration about their performance. Focus on specific behaviors and their consequences rather than character judgments. Offer feedback privately when possible, and always include discussion of how to do better next time. Feedback without ego. Perhaps the most challenging aspect of modern work is receiving criticism and setbacks without letting ego interfere with learning and improvement. Marcus faced constant criticism from senators, generals, and philosophers who questioned his policies, strategies, and even his basic competence as a leader. His response was systematically non-defensive. He would examine criticism carefully to identify any valid points, implement changes based on useful feedback, and dismiss personal attacks without anger or retaliation. This approach allowed him to continuously improve his leadership while maintaining his authority and emotional equilibrium. If someone speaks badly of you, he wrote, do not defend yourself against the lie, but say, you evidently don't know the rest of my faults, or you would have mentioned them as well. The modern workplace often presents feedback in less than ideal ways, through frustrated emails, tense meetings, or casual comments that sting more than their speakers intended. Marcus's approach suggests treating all feedback as information rather than personal attack, mining even poorly delivered criticism for useful insights while remaining unattached to others' opinions about your competence or character. This requires distinguishing between feedback about your work and judgments about your worth as a person. Someone might legitimately criticize your presentation style, project management approach, or strategic thinking, without that criticism reflecting on your fundamental value or potential. The ability to receive feedback without ego defense allows you to improve continuously while maintaining confidence and emotional stability. The key is asking yourself, what can I learn from this input, regardless of how it was delivered or what motivated it? Even unfair criticism sometimes contains seeds of useful insight. Even well-meaning feedback sometimes misses important context. Your job is to extract what's valuable while maintaining perspective about what's not. Marcus Aurelius navigated some of the most complex relationships imaginable. Political allies who sometimes betrayed him, family members whose behavior embarrassed the imperial office, military commanders whose competence varied dramatically, and a wife whose loyalty was questioned by court gossips. His approach to these challenging relationships offers sophisticated guidance for modern personal and professional connection. When you wake up in the morning, he wrote to himself, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. This wasn't cynicism but preparation, a daily reminder that people often behave badly due to ignorance, stress, or their own unresolved pain rather than inherent malice. This perspective allowed Marcus to respond to difficult behavior with patience and strategic thinking, rather than personal hurt and reactive anger. Boundaries plus benevolence. One of the most sophisticated aspects of Marcus's relationship approach was his ability to combine firm boundaries with genuine care for others' welfare. He wouldn't allow people to manipulate him or waste his time, but he also wouldn't treat them cruelly or dismiss their legitimate needs. When senators repeatedly opposed his policies without offering constructive alternatives, Marcus would limit their access to decision-making processes while still treating them with basic respect and ensuring they could fulfill their constitutional roles. When family members behaved inappropriately, he would address the behavior directly while maintaining family relationships and providing support for their genuine need. The best revenge, he wrote, is not to be like your enemy. Modern application means learning to say no to unreasonable requests without becoming harsh or defensive. You can decline to work late every weekend without lecturing your boss about work-life balance. You can refuse to listen to constant complaining from a friend without cutting off the friendship entirely. You can address someone's inappropriate behavior without attacking their character or intentions. The key insight is that boundaries protect your ability to be genuinely helpful to others, rather than just enabling their dysfunction or your own burnout. When you maintain your energy, attention, and emotional equilibrium, you can contribute more effectively to others' actual welfare rather than just their immediate desires. Marcus understood that enabling bad behavior often harms people more than confronting it directly. When he allowed incompetent officials to continue in important positions, the resulting damage to public welfare hurt more people than would have been affected by removing those officials. Similarly, when you fail to establish appropriate boundaries, you often enable patterns that ultimately harm both you and the other person. Resentment antidotes. Perhaps no aspect of human relationships creates more ongoing suffering than unresolved resentment. The accumulated anger from feeling wronged, unappreciated, or treated unfairly. Marcus faced countless situations that could have generated lasting bitterness. Yet his writings reveal someone who consistently found ways to process anger constructively rather than carrying it indefinitely. His approach involved 3 specific practices that modern research has confirmed as effective methods for reducing resentment and maintaining emotional freedom. First, he would distinguish between the person and their behavior, recognizing that people often act badly due to temporary conditions rather than permanent character flaws. The wrongdoer has a nature related to my own, he reminded himself. They're acting from ignorance of what's truly good for them. This doesn't excuse harmful behavior or eliminate the need for consequences, but it prevents the kind of permanent negative judgment that fuels ongoing resentment. Someone who betrays your trust has made a poor choice that might reflect their current state of mind, their unresolved fears, or their limited understanding of consequences. But that choice doesn't define their entire character or eliminate the possibility of future improvement. Second, Marcus would actively look for ways that challenging relationships could serve his own character development. Difficult people provided opportunities to practice patience, wisdom, and compassion that wouldn't be available in easier relationships. The impediment to action advances action, he wrote. What stands in the way becomes the way. Instead of seeing difficult people as obstacles to his peace of mind, Marcus learned to see them as training partners for virtue development. The colleague who constantly criticizes your work gives you chances to practice receiving feedback without defensiveness. The family member who creates drama provides opportunities to develop emotional regulation skills. The neighbor who violates boundaries helps you learn to maintain limits without anger. Third, he would regularly practice gratitude for the positive aspects of relationships that also included challenging elements. Even people who frustrated him often contributed value in other areas, and focusing exclusively on their problematic behaviors prevented him from seeing the full picture of their impact on his life. Modern resentment antidotes might involve writing gratitude lists for people who annoy you, consciously looking for their positive qualities, or reframing their difficult behaviors as opportunities for your own growth. The goal isn't to become a doormat or excuse harmful behavior, but to maintain your emotional freedom regardless of how others choose to behave. As emperor, Marcus Aurelius had access to unlimited wealth and the highest possible social status. Yet his private writings reveal someone who understood that external advantages could become traps if approached without wisdom. His insights about money and status offer crucial guidance for navigating modern consumer culture and social media comparison without losing sight of what actually contributes to human flourishing. Very little is needed to make a happy life, he wrote while surrounded by imperial luxury. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. The sufficiency principle. Marcus developed what we might call the sufficiency principle, the practice of identifying how much is actually enough to meet legitimate needs and then treating everything beyond that threshold as bonus rather than necessity. This approach freed him from the endless striving that exhausts many people who achieve material success but never feel satisfied with what they have. The sufficiency principle requires honest assessment of your actual needs versus wants that have been influenced by advertising, social pressure, or comparison with others. Marcus needed basic food, shelter, clothing, and security to function effectively as emperor, plus resources to fulfill his responsibilities to the empire. Everything beyond those requirements was luxury that he could enjoy without attachment or pursue without desperation. Modern application involves distinguishing between purchases that genuinely improve your life and capacity to serve others versus purchases that temporarily satisfy psychological needs like status, comfort, or distraction. A reliable car that gets you to work safely serves legitimate needs. A luxury car that demonstrates your success to neighbors might provide temporary satisfaction, but doesn't address deeper questions about purpose and meaning. Ask yourself at every moment, Marcus reminded himself, is this essential? Because most of what we say and do is not essential. This principle applies especially to lifestyle inflation. The tendency to increase spending automatically as income increases rather than consciously choosing how additional resources can best serve your long-term goals and values. Marcus could have used imperial wealth for increasingly elaborate personal luxuries, but he often chose to redirect resources toward public works, disaster relief, and military equipment that served broader purposes. Status without attachment. Perhaps even more challenging than managing money is handling social status and recognition without being corrupted by them. Marcus held the ultimate status position in his society, yet somehow maintained humility and perspective about his own significance and limitations. His approach involved two key practices. First, he would regularly remind himself that status is temporary and largely dependent on factors beyond personal control. Remember that in a little while, you and everyone you know will be dead, he wrote, and soon after that, even your name will be forgotten. This cosmic perspective prevented him from taking either praise or criticism too seriously. When people celebrated his victories, he could enjoy their appreciation without believing it reflected his inherent superiority. When they criticized his policies, he could consider their feedback without being crushed by their disapproval. Modern social media culture creates unprecedented opportunities for status seeking and comparison that would have amazed ancient Romans. The constant stream of other people's highlight reels can generate either inadequacy, when others seem more successful, or superiority, when your achievements outshine theirs, both of which distract from the daily work of character development and meaningful contribution. Marcus's approach suggests treating social recognition as information about how your work is being received rather than judgment about your fundamental worth. Positive feedback might indicate that you're contributing value and should continue in that direction. Negative feedback might reveal areas where you can improve or communicate more effectively. Neither type of feedback defines who you are as a person or determines whether your life has meaning. The investment versus consumption distinction. Marcus was remarkably strategic about how he used imperial resources, consistently choosing investments that would benefit future generations over consumption that would provide immediate gratification. This long-term thinking offers guidance for modern financial decisions that can either support or undermine your deeper goals. What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee, he wrote, capturing the insight that individual and community welfare are ultimately inseparable. Investment thinking involves considering how your spending choices affect your future capacity to contribute value to others, as well as your own long-term flourishing. Money spent on education, health, tools that improve your effectiveness, or experiences that develop your character represents investment in your future capacity. Money spent on status symbols, temporary pleasures, or things you don't actually use represents consumption that might provide brief satisfaction but doesn't build long-term capability. Marcus regularly invested imperial funds in infrastructure projects, educational institutions, and military improvements that would serve the empire for decades, even when those choices were less popular than projects that would provide immediate visible benefits. Modern application might involve choosing financial decisions based on how they affect your ability to serve others and pursue meaningful goals rather than just how they feel in the moment. The key insight is that money and status are tools that can either serve your deeper purposes or distract you from them, depending on how consciously you approach them. Marcus used imperial wealth and authority as instruments for serving the common good rather than as rewards for personal enjoyment. You can use whatever financial resources and social recognition you have as tools for pursuing what matters most to you, rather than as ends in themselves that require constant protection and expansion. Marcus Aurelius lived in a pre-digital age, but he faced his own version of information overload and constant demands on his attention. As emperor, he received reports from across the empire, requests from countless petitioners, and advice from numerous advisors, all competing for his mental bandwidth. His approach to managing attention and maintaining inner quiet offers crucial guidance for navigating modern technology without losing your capacity for deep thought and meaningful connection. "You have power over your mind, not outside events," he wrote. "Realize this, and you will find strength." Attention as moral choice. One of Marcus's most profound insights was recognizing that how you direct your attention determines not just your effectiveness, but your character. What you choose to focus on shapes what kind of person you become. If you consistently direct attention toward gossip, outrage, and trivial entertainment, you develop habits of superficial thinking and reactive emotion. If you focus on meaningful work, genuine relationships, and character development, you cultivate wisdom and depth. This understanding makes attention management a moral issue rather than just a productivity technique. The question isn't just, how can I get more done, but what kind of person am I becoming through my attention choices? Marcus practiced what we might call attention auditing, regularly examining how he was using his mental energy and whether those choices aligned with his deeper values and responsibilities. When he noticed himself getting distracted by imperial court gossip or minor administrative details that others could handle, he would redirect his focus toward strategic decisions that required his unique authority and judgment. Modern attention auditing might involve tracking how much time you spend on social media, news consumption, entertainment, and other activities that compete with meaningful work and relationships. The goal isn't to eliminate all leisure or entertainment, but to make conscious choices about how you allocate the finite resource of attention. Ask yourself at every moment, Marcus reminded himself, is this essential? Because most of what we say and do is not essential. Cultivating inner quiet. Despite managing an empire in crisis, Marcus somehow maintained inner tranquility that allowed him to think clearly and respond wisely under extreme pressure. His methods for cultivating mental stillness offer practical guidance for finding peace in our hyper-connected world. His primary technique was what we might call attention anchoring, regularly returning focus to the present moment and the specific task at hand, rather than allowing his mind to scatter across countless possibilities, worries, and distractions. When he noticed his attention fragmenting, he would pause to ask, what needs my focus right now? What can I actually influence in this moment? This practice becomes especially important in digital environments designed to scatter attention and generate compulsive engagement. Social media platforms, news websites, and entertainment apps use sophisticated psychological techniques to capture and hold your attention, often regardless of whether that engagement serves your actual interests or values. Marcus's approach suggests treating digital tools as instruments that should serve your purposes, rather than entertainment that consumes your time without clear benefit. Before opening any app or website, pause to ask what specific value you hope to gain from that engagement, and how long you plan to spend on it. Information diet and mental nutrition. Marcus was selective about what information he consumed, understanding that mental input shapes mental output just as food intake affects physical health. He focused on reading and discussions that would improve his wisdom and effectiveness, while limiting exposure to information that would merely satisfy curiosity or generate anxiety without enabling better decisions. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact, he wrote. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Modern information diet requires similar discrimination. The constant stream of news, updates, opinions, and analysis available through digital channels can easily overwhelm your capacity to process information thoughtfully. Much of what presents itself as important news is actually entertainment designed to generate emotional reactions rather than information that would improve your understanding or decision making. Marcus suggests asking 3 questions about information consumption. Does this help me make better decisions? Does this contribute to my character development? Does this enable me to serve others more effectively? Information that doesn't meet at least one of these criteria might be entertainment or distraction disguised as education. This doesn't mean complete withdrawal from current events or cultural conversations, but it does mean being intentional about how much attention you give to various information sources and how that consumption affects your mental state and capacity for meaningful action. Technology boundaries. Just as Marcus established boundaries around his time and attention to preserve capacity for essential responsibilities, modern technology use requires clear limits that protect your ability to think deeply and connect authentically with others. Confine yourself to the present, Marcus wrote, forcing his attention away from anxious speculation about future possibilities toward immediate realities he could actually influence. Technology boundaries might include designated times for checking email and social media rather than constant monitoring, phone-free zones during meals and family time, or specific periods each day when devices are completely turned off to allow for reflection, reading, or face-to-face conversation. The goal isn't to reject technology entirely, but to use it strategically in ways that enhance rather than replace your capacity for deep thought, meaningful relationships, and purposeful action. Marcus used the communication and information systems available in his time to govern more effectively, but he didn't allow them to overwhelm his capacity for independent thinking and decision-making. In our age of personal branding, social media influence, and the constant pressure to build a memorable reputation, Marcus Aurelius offers a radically different perspective on what makes a life meaningful. Despite holding the most visible position in his civilization and having access to every form of recognition and monument building available, he consistently focused on character development and service rather than legacy management. Remember that in a little while you and everyone you know will be dead, he wrote to himself, and soon after that, even your name will be forgotten. This wasn't morbid pessimism, but liberating realism that freed him from the anxiety and ego-driven behavior that distorts many people's choices. When you truly accept that external recognition is temporary and largely beyond your control, you can focus on the work itself, rather than how that work will be perceived or remembered. The freedom of anonymity. Marcus understood that some of the most meaningful contributions to human welfare happen without public recognition. The teacher who helps a struggling student develop confidence, the parent who models integrity for their children, the colleague who does excellent work without seeking credit. These anonymous acts of virtue often have more lasting impact than highly visible achievements that receive widespread recognition. What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee, he wrote, capturing the insight that contributing to the common good serves your own deepest interests regardless of whether anyone notices or appreciates your specific contributions. Modern culture often pressures people to document and publicize their good deeds, turning acts of service into opportunities for personal branding. Marcus suggests that the most meaningful work happens when you're focused entirely on the work itself, rather than on how others perceive your doing of it. This doesn't mean avoiding all recognition or refusing to take credit for genuine achievements. It means choosing your work based on what actually needs to be done rather than what would generate the most impressive social media content. It means measuring success by the quality of your contribution rather than the quantity of likes, shares, or public acknowledgement it receives. Daily virtue over grand gestures. Perhaps the most countercultural aspect of Marcus's approach to legacy is his focus on consistent daily character development rather than dramatic achievements that would secure his place in history. He understood that character is built through countless small choices made when no one is watching, rather than through spectacular public performances. Don't explain your philosophy, he wrote. Embody it. Marcus could have pursued military conquests that would have expanded his fame, or initiated grand building projects that would have borne his name for centuries. Instead, he chose to focus on the unglamorous work of good governance, making fair decisions in difficult cases, maintaining institutional integrity during crisis, and using imperial resources to serve public welfare rather than personal glory. Modern application means investing energy in the daily practices that develop character and competence, rather than just the visible activities that generate recognition. Learning new skills, treating colleagues with respect, maintaining your health, developing deeper relationships, and contributing to your community. These ordinary activities create more lasting value than most of the achievements that people pursue for recognition purposes. The irony is that Marcus's focus on character development rather than reputation management has made his name remembered for nearly 2,000 years, while many of his contemporaries who actively sought fame are completely forgotten. But this outcome was a byproduct of his approach rather than its goal. The compound effect of character. Marcus's most profound insight about legacy concerns how character development in one person ripples outward to influence countless others in ways that can't be predicted or controlled. When you develop wisdom, patience, courage, and integrity, those qualities influence everyone you interact with, who then influence everyone they interact with, creating expanding circles of positive impact. "We were born to work together," he wrote. "To thwart one another contradicts the law of nature." You might never know how your choice to respond patiently to a difficult colleague affects that person's interactions with their family later that day. You might never see how your commitment to fairness in small matters influences others to maintain higher standards in their own decisions. You might never learn how your example of handling setbacks with grace gives someone else courage to persevere through their own challenges. This understanding transforms how you think about the significance of ordinary moments and routine choices. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to contribute something positive to the ongoing human project of learning to live together wisely and compassionately. Every challenge becomes a chance to model how virtue can respond to difficulty. Every day becomes a chance to practice the kind of character that makes communities more functional and relationships more authentic. The eternal present. Marcus's approach to legacy ultimately rests on recognizing that the present moment is the only time when you can actually contribute anything meaningful to the world. The past is fixed and unchangeable. The future is uncertain and largely beyond your control. But right now, in this moment, you can choose wisdom over folly, kindness over cruelty, courage over cowardice, integrity over convenience. "Confine yourself to the present," he wrote repeatedly, "not because the future doesn't matter, but because the future is shaped by the quality of present choices rather than by anxious planning or reputation management." This perspective makes every moment significant without requiring that significance to be visible or acknowledged by others. The choice to listen carefully when someone is speaking, to do quality work even when no one will check, to keep promises even when breaking them would be more convenient. These present moment decisions create the kind of character that serves others regardless of whether those others ever realize they've been served. And while others may regard this as ostentation, it's not to say that neither of them is vulnerable, and we're all capable of being deceived. Marcus shows us that anonymous virtue isn't a consolation prize for people who can't achieve fame. It's the most meaningful way to live because it's focused on actually contributing value rather than just appearing to contribute value. When your goal is character development rather than reputation management, every day offers countless opportunities for success, and your peace of mind doesn't depend on factors beyond your control. The emperor, who could have built monuments to himself, chose instead to build character that could serve others. The leader who had access to every form of external recognition found his deepest satisfaction in the daily work of becoming someone worthy of the trust placed in him. The powerful man, who could have demanded that his name be remembered forever, discovered that living well in the present was more fulfilling than any future fame could be. That discovery remains available to us today. not through achieving external success, but through the patient, ongoing work of developing character that can handle whatever challenges arise with wisdom, courage, and compassion. The rest, as Marcus understood, takes care of itself.